Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Welcome to day 2 of the CCA Circuit. My name is Sapph, and I'm here with the incredible Devvy. And now, Devvy, if there was a fight to occur between a silverback gorilla and a grizzly bear, who would win?
I can't even answer that until you weigh both sides. In all honesty, I'm one of the ones where you can't judge a book by its cover, so I honestly couldn't tell you. But if you just want to throw me out there, I'm just gonna roll for grizzly bear just because. But
a nat 20 on a grizzly bear is just fine. But listen, so we have immovable object versus unstoppable force, Old Bay Brigade and Halley, who Halley, excuse me, H is silent. Both of them in Division 1 here. So folks, on the CCA channel, if you were not here yesterday and you don't know what's going on, Division 1 is playing out here on the main CCA channel, but there are also 3 other channels that you can watch games on for Divisions 2, 3, and 4, being on Splatoon Tourney, Splatoon Tourney 1, and I'm on and CCA 2. Okay, cool. We have CCA YouTube, excuse me. Yep. Thank you, Vapor. Which, if you don't know, also Vapor's our streamer today, so shout outs to Vapor, and shout out to Vapor yesterday for Triggerfish Zones winning the SAC finals, Season 9 finals, so round of applause for that. But yeah, Devvy, exciting stuff going on at the CCA broadcast desk today.
There's so much going on. They put so much time and effort to get coverage across all of the divisions, across both Twitch and YouTube platforms. You've got it everywhere. So if there's some division that you want to see with players, you're not going to miss it. It's all covered. You get to see just everything live today.
Yeah, and I think our players are about ready to get started.
We're going right in.
Yeah, they were ready. They were waiting for us. Good stuff on the screen here, and you know, Old Reliable is here. There is a Neo Splash in the game, Devvy. In case you were wondering, Neo Splash isn't going anywhere.
That one's kind of something similar. Of course, we see the 2 carbons. I like seeing the rollers coming back into play here with kind of the recent changes. You see rollers more often. The carbons still with that strong Zuka and the splat rollers. But of course, right off the get-go here, we're going to see the roller kind of going in. We've got Halley getting the wipe on Old Bay Brigade. And these 2 teams, when I saw this, I watched Old Bay Brigade set yesterday. And once I saw that they were first, I'm like, oh, here we go. Zuka picking one off in the corner there with the 2 down, 3 down. Okay, the carbon's going crazy.
Yeah, Brioche is freshly baked and out of the oven. They're watching this left-hand side here. There's 3 players positioned there, so I mean, they're not wrong to be doing that. Obviously, point sensor is going to be really helpful coming out from Fell here, and you have S on the decavitator and the bubble being popped as well. However, not a lot of paint to be had by the folks on Old Bay Brigade. It seems like Halley has had a really, really solid start so far, and again, no penalty points either. They've lost control twice now, but still no penalty points to be had.
Yeah, I do like that positioning of where the slosher was just a moment ago. It was where it wanted to be. Unfortunately, couldn't find those picks and got collapsed by 3 and got picked off. But now we see the splatter shot going up, getting a pick up on the stack. Now retaking control, helping getting the zone for their team. Halley just coming back around and shutting down Old Bay Brigade. So now they just need to get these resources that they have. The carbon does have Zuka, but it's going to be taken down by the other carbon being the only one left alive. They weren't going to be able to keep that resource for long. Cooler pop now on the side of Halley, and they're just kind of just holding the side here. We see the Nautilus just trying to find a corner here. The carbon's going to go in with this Nautilus on the side. Slosher going to find a pick, but is traded in return by the Nautilus. Still fighting from the other side. Bubble goes out, Rain goes over, but Zone is still in control by Halley, but is going to go quickly around, but there's a lot of paint from both sides being relatively even. Zuka coming out, did miss, and gets picked in return. So this is what Old Bay Brigade needed to come back in.
Yeah, and what I appreciate about Old Bay Brigade in this moment is that they are not afraid to really, I guess, utilize their resources and come forward, because just previously, a nice double splat there by the carbon, want to note that, but it's nice that 3 of them were just kind of in the zone pushing forward. They're not trying to allow themselves to be on the back foot. They don't want to be losing any forward momentum. They're not really being afraid of any sort of Zuka gameplay, especially because there's 2 to work with there. And also not really shy with the cooler either. They're not going to be like hesitant about where Cooler is going to be at, but you got to be mindful of where Brioche is going to be. They seem to be very mindful of where the ledges are. However, not enough paint with the Carbon by themselves, so that is going to be the lead for Old Bay Brigade.
Yeah, they are able to keep the lead. They were picking back and forth, but Arc Halley coming back in pretty quickly here, just going to claim that right stack. You can see how most of the team prioritized that right stack, just kind of trying to block the others from coming in, but the Carbon on Old Bay Brigade side now going back and getting the pick that they needed. These Carbons, of course, just this is their domain. Mako is one of the Carbon domains, just kind of can go around the sides and just literally just bopping people left and right around the corners and just helping their teams move back in with the initiation.
Yeah, and I like where Fell is positioned here. They're not really too far forward. They're kind of just holding some space on the left-hand side. They're kind of watching and working with their Carbon player as well, which is huge because I don't think they themselves feel confident enough to move in and strike by themselves. They need to kind of wait for an opening that could be created by the Carbon player. And also, I like to appreciate that the Neo Splash is working with the decav, and they're now up on the stack together here. Penalty points are just ticking away. And look at that. The Knot was trying to go in for a flank on the side. They ended up getting in on a trade, but with the decav from S going down, only the Carbon from FL is the one trying to maintain paint on the zone, but it's not going to be quite enough. You got to be backing up if it's a 3 versus 1 situation. At this point for Old Bay Brigade, trades are okay to take, but I feel with how back and forth the game has been, you don't really want to overextend yourself here, Devvy.
Yes, FL was being on the side and of course was in a good spot, but did reveal themselves with the horizontal flick and the bomb, so they did have to get out, not finding a pick, but the lead is very close to changing here, and I believe it was going to. Nope, it's not. It has not. It has been stopped. The 1 point difference here, the decav, the only one left alive. There is a wipeout now, and now we just have the penalty before lead is reclaimed by Arc Halley, and there's only 10 seconds left in this game. We're down to the wire, but that Zuka is online from this Carbon, which is a really huge resource for them to have as they are up on the right stack. They do find the pick with one. Strikes coming out again. They're still going to fire that Zuka through the strikes. They do have it neutralized. It is capped again. There's 3 ticks there, but they don't have the painters there to be able to cover from Arc Halley, so Arc Halley is going to be able to seal that on the side and reclaim the lead.
You could see in those final seconds that the Carbon and the decav both immediately switch their attention to the zone just in the final seconds. Just not enough paint output, though, unfortunately, to just put a stop to it and then extend the overtime for just a little bit longer. So Arc Halley had a pretty solid hold there at the end. And I think, honestly, too soon to tell, in my opinion, because that was really back and forth the entire time. It was very much like an ebb and flow of like, okay, they have 2 down, we got to push forward. Okay, now we have 3 down, and then there's going to be a wipeout occurring if we can just push this person back. And so it's, again, like it's a big old game of information gathering and seeing what we want to do next. So Splat Zones being the opener. Moving on to the next game, I believe this is counter-picking. Yeah, this is a counter-picking scenario. So if you're unaware of how counter-picking works, since Arc Halley won on Mako Mart zones, they cannot pick that map and they cannot pick that mode if they are put in the counter-pick situation. However, Old Bay Brigade can pick Splat Zones again. So I think prediction-wise, I have a feeling Splat Zones is going to be... I feel normally Splat Zones is one of the more often counter-pick modes. Devvy, I don't know if you have any countering thoughts to that, but it seems to me that once you can kind of gauge your opponent a little bit, that will kind of make or break where you want to see yourselves going next.
It really can, and I did watch the broadcast from yesterday and saw Old Bay Brigade on it for their set, and I wouldn't be surprised if they counterpicked Rainmaker, but that might not be their trump card yet. They have a comp. There it is. They have a comp. They have a comp that can just instant pop Rainmaker and run. And I am awaiting to see this come back from this team. It was a Blob and Sploosh combo, Sapph, from Old Bay Brigade. And they ran it down on Museum Rainmaker. So I would not be surprised to see it, but I would love to see it. It's a full-on rush-down comp that I think it would take Arc by surprise, but they're going to pull it out on Manta here, so I'm wondering if they're going to do a similar thing with that comp that they brought out yesterday. And it is just an absolute rushdown kind of rat combo that nobody wants to fight. So,
I'm wincing a little bit at the Manta pick. I'm kind of like... like, I don't know how I feel about that, but
here's the logic to it. Sploosh can go behind and flank on two different sides here. And the blob, if you put it on bunker, remember it has geometry.
That's, yeah.
So if you have it in street, oh boy. It is not something you want to exist on bunker, because it just kind of goes over and be like, what am I going to hit, as it literally blobs across two different walls. So I'm just curious to see if that's what's actually going to come out here, or if they have something else in store. There it is. I was right.
Let's go gambling. Let's go gambling. Okay.
There is that rush down blob sploosh comp versus another quick comp, though, from the side of Halley, and they're running pretty much what they had on Splat Zone, so they do have a lot of coverage to counter this, too. But will they be able to catch out where that sploosh wants to go? That is the question.
Yeah, I also think that Old Bay Brigade definitely has the distance on their side, especially with having the blob, like you said, because you can kind of just like sit up on the bunker and just pray, like in their own way, spray and pray that you're going to hit somebody. But unfortunately, it seems even though with the rushdown comp that they have, that's 2 members going down on Old Bay Brigade. They were looking to try to make throw the first punch and throw a hard first punch, and it didn't quite work out in their favor. So it seems like they kind of have to reassess like how far they want to push themselves. That splashdown is now online. The blob is the one to pick up the Rainmaker, but not really finding much headway there is because you have Anda coming in on the flank, calling out a couple different members, but that's going to be FL finally putting a stop to that. That could have been super detrimental.
Yes, they have what they want. What FL is doing is that they're getting Hammer and always pinching from the side, so another one tries to follow up, but it seems like Brioche or another member from Halley is getting in between the front line of Old Bay Brigade and the back, so there's just this gap in the middle that Halley is pushing, which is actually putting them on a downfall, so they're not actually able to push like they want to. They can't follow up with these potential hammers, but here we go. Here comes the blob, just claiming that checkpoint, and is going to stay close here while the Slosher tries to contest this. Look, he had another one in middle, but they're going to just pop this. Strikes are going to come out. They're just making sure that they can't go too far, and it looks like there's still one down on the side of Halley, but that trades with the sploosh in return, and it's just fight in street here. But this Carbon is in a pretty nice spot here, coming from behind, trying to get the members of Old Bay Brigade down, but they get picked in return, and just look at how much pressure is going down in street here with that rain. They had the curling bomb, they had the stuff set up to get picked down, but they're not done yet. They're not going to back up too far. They're going to maintain space and just make it really hard for Halley to get somewhere, because they're just going to keep coming right back.
Yeah, and you can tell too that the Carbon kind of didn't quite assess enough, because they were unfortunately taken down from the back end. They didn't really realize that Razor was behind them to kind of finish the job there. So now we're kind of seeing a flip of the script with Halley now having the Rainmaker in possession, trying to push. The Tri-Strikes are going to come and try to clear the way, and trying to come in and take Fell out of the process. That's a triple splashdown. That's 3 members down now on Halley. I feel that Old Bay Brigade really has something going here to where they are not allowing the members of Halley to really get settled or get comfortable, because already we are past that first checkpoint mark with Miku on the Rainmaker once again. It's really interesting. Oh.
We have a problem.
Oh
no.
But we're still...
What? Wait a second! What?
Okay, listen, what you guys don't understand that I didn't get to mention before is that whenever I am on this microphone with Devvy, something wackadoo always happens, like without fail, and it has her and I with our heads in our hands and just trying to question...
Putting a stop to that,
like,
that
what the heck is going on here?
Detrimental. Yes, they have what they want. What FL is doing is
like,
that they're getting Hammer and always pinching from the side, so another one tries to follow up.
So the opening made by Old Bay Brigade, they had the Rainmaker really close to the first checkpoint. You have FL popping it there with the Hammer, getting it really, really close, kind of just like the back and forth that we got to see. I mean, it seemed like at the end there that FL was the one that lost connection, but the members of Old Bay Brigade like did not let that falter because they were able to grab the Rainmaker and get it down into the pit, and they just kept running with it. And I mean, they were past the timeline anyway, to where they even could have a reset.
I didn't even look at it. I was looking like, okay, what is all happening around the situation? You could visibly see what is happening right here. And then it was just, hey, this person's gone, but we can't replay it, so just go, right? Like, they just called, just go, and they just went. And it's just, all of a sudden, we, like, game over, and I'm like, game over? Oh, wait, they dunked the Rainmaker! Hold on a second!
Well, you know what we say in the industry? We say we take those.
Every time when I'm on comms, like, even when it's, like, not just with you, Sapph, but again, it just something always happens, and it's going to just be put in my mind just constantly, like the 3 clam jump from LA, like low ink from my Obsidious is never gonna leave my mind, and now there's this. That is oh my god.
That's what I mean. Like the wildest moments. A lot of like my most wild moments always happen when I'm on mic with you, and we'll both like be really in our analysis and talking, and then we're like, wait, but then he did that. But if he's in there and you're out there, who's driving the car?
I know. I'm like, I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and a lot of things, like, I always try to perceive, like, what the camera sees and also what's happening, like, outside of the main view, because you have the main view and you have the outside. I always like to picture what's happening around on the outside, so once I gather the main view, I'll look at the outside, and, like, just as they dunked it, or were going to dunk it, and I realized that they dunked, I was like, oh my god, but this happened right on over there, and then you could put piece by piece. That was something. It's like in the first game, there was a fight kind of just somewhat off camera on Mako. It was like the decav versus a shot and one other. I can't remember what it was at this point, but they drove the shot in deep. I think this was Halley's shot that was put in deep into the zone and took a fight. The shot won the fight, but the decav was waiting for it, and I'm like, it's like they just used their own teammate as bait to kind of like ended up traded off, and I was like, that is the most like really good fishing trade-off that I've seen, just kind of like away from where the main perspective was, and it's just the most interesting thing happened out of perspective, and just as long as you can picture it at the end, they're really cool to see. And with this one, it's just, okay, the main focus is the person just standing there shotgunning. And now, all of a sudden, hey, Rainmaker's dunked.
Well, I feel like that's a really dangerous tactic to try to run with, because it can either, like, blow up in your face, or it can be really successful. And it seems like in the decav sense, like, it was successful using my teammate as bait.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you put yourself in a 2-down scenario, then you're like, well, like, there goes that.
They did still go down shortly afterwards, but still the way that kind of tease was for the shot, and just kind of how the decav just kind of waited, be like, hey, if they win or lose the fight, either way, the shot's going down. I mean, they probably still could have came in and saved their teammate, but at the same time, just the way that they were patient for it and waited till the shot just wasn't ready for it was like, okay, this is great patience.
Okay. So it looks like, Devvy, we might actually have, potentially we're looking at maybe a replay of that one.
Oh.
I think it's being discussed right now, if that is okay, if both teams are open to that, which, I mean, okay, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I was like, I could see some people, like, gentlemen agreeing it if it's like, they're full on confident, right? And I do think that with what Old Bay Brigade has, it's still a good thing. But I mean, Halley still puts up a really strong fight against that that team. And considering if you ran it, by the book, it's just like, the points was down, you couldn't replay it. Where it was, this makes sense that you're moving on anyways. So we're moving on to Hagglefish TC.
Yeah, so that is Halley's counterpick is TC on Hagglefish. Mm-hmm. And one thing I want to note, Devvy, if you're looking at the leaderboard of where we're at in our divisions right now, Old Bay Brigade is taking the second place spot right now with second place in points in Division 1. And if you look down the list just a little bit, Halley is in the number 10 slot. So on paper, Old Bay Brigade is much more warmed up than Halley, and I mean, I don't know, if they're gonna try to run it with a player down and they're able to pull off something like that, Could be true. But
it all really comes down to who shows up for today and who's ready for it, who wants it more. It doesn't matter where you are in the standings, who wants it more. And here we're showing that Halley is putting up a huge fight against this team that is in second place right now on the leaderboard. But we're going in here, we see the splat roller making a return here, the vanilla splat roller, and this is what I've been seeing more and more, is the splat rollers with the bubble making more of an appearance, but are still going to go in and charge, just like they were on that sploosh, how they were on the carbon in the first game. We see Fell on the Nautilus just taking out this other side, just trying to dominate this other side where the tower wants to go, but unfortunately is in a major disadvantage fight, and will get picked off.
Yeah, you could tell like what they wanted to do, and then what the reality of the situation was, right? And not really finding a pick that they wanted was definitely going to hurt them quite a bit, because that is now 3 members down. FL going in on the flank though by themselves. They want to try to find some sort of value here. They do find one, looking in for the second. They do find the second with the bubble up to help with some defensive maneuvering. Losing the lead, not really a big deal. I mean, there's so much time in the game to really make that up, but that could have been a really big comeback for FL there, because I mean, it did allow their teammates to try and take some space back into the pit area. However, we're already on our way to the first checkpoint if you're Halley.
Yeah, something interesting here is like FL is a main leader for Old Bay Brigade, and if FL pulls something off, we really need to make sure the rest of the team is moving in for it, especially that Splash and the Nautilus. They definitely can do it, but now we need to make sure that they can find each other, make sure that they can secure that, because with the way Halley's comp is that they're mostly short range, except for like the Zukas that they have on that group. The Zukas are their main range, and if they let them get what they want, it's going to be hard. But I say this, and they get wiped, so this is really good. Old Bay Brigade now getting advantage. We could see FL's already really far up there, but doesn't have any support except for the pencil range. So they were in a danger spot and had to force to retreat. Nobody else was nearby helping to try to lock that out yet. But now we see the Nautilus trying to help move in. The Rollers going back in with the rain. Pencils nearby. They did get the bubble up, but unfortunately they go down, and the Carbon is just able to jump on this. So the Roller just kind of going in through here and there, trying to find some kind of support when it comes to Special or another player. But I can see this is where Old Bay Brigade is falling short, and this is where Halley is really punishing them.
Yeah, and I appreciate that Anda is still being really brave and trying to go in up on the flank, because it seems to me that FL has a really good understanding of where they need to be and when they need to be there when they are trying to flank, because like you said, they pushed forward so far, but it just seemed like the rest of the teammates were kind of like, oh, like we're not quite ready to be up there with you quite yet. And it's just kind of like an estimation of like, when is the right time to go and when should I actually fall back and wait? But it's like it all happens so quickly, and you have to be really mindful of where Brioche is also going to be, because that already FL is getting taken out of the game before they're able to get something started. So that is the first checkpoint falling for Halley.
Oh, the bucket just trying to stay nearby to get a pick, but all of them are getting picked off now. Halley being sent back to spawn. Tower is now being pushed back into middle, just getting some extra special points. We see the Nautilus now up front covering for the Roller, and we do see that the Splash is nearby as well. Zuka out from Brioche. I think it did find a pick on the Pencil, which is pretty solid for them, and then able to get this drop pick, unable to get the jump out, but at least from what I could tell, they didn't get the jump out.
No, by the skin of their teeth, FL got away.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, but anyway, Brioche is just on fire right now, picking off the members of Old Bay Brigade one at a time. And again, this is where you can see how Old Bay Brigade is really working on their own kind of individual matter with their own weapon strength to try to be able to punish Halley, and the main teamwork will come in when they have specials. You can see that they will move in with them, but when they don't have the resources, you can see that they're really trying to go in one at a time to try to make something happen.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for David there. They are trying to retreat, but that's going to be Fell taking them out and looking to try to get Anda out of the game as well. And they do go down. Fell and FL working super together because they're providing so much space. That's 3 members down for FL. That is what the teamwork that they were looking for, Devvy. That was the collaboration that they wanted. That's 3 members down. The tower now in possession of Old Bay Brigade, and FL in a great spot to continue responding down beneath the canopy. And with Razor trying to follow up, they do get taken down. They got to watch out for Brioche. Like I said, you got to watch out for Brioche and where they're going to be, because already that was toppled. Only a few points separating them from the lead as we're about to enter overtime, and the cooler is out. Is Halley going to be able to follow up here?
FL's in a solid spot here, although did just reveal themselves. There's 2 member down. This is actually not looking good. FL was taken down, but they took 1 member. Kid Fels try to stop this, but the Zuka is in the way. 2 members left alive, and we are really tight here. Strikes are going to be close. The pencil's going to get taken down.
Oof.
Just all of the members of Old Bay Brigade unable to stop that. And again, that's where you could see where each of them were trying to take it on an individual matter to try to stop the objective, and it just did not work for them, but still became a very close game. And that play that we saw before, where we saw that the teamwork came in line, yes, that is what they wanted the whole time. Push all the members of our Halley into one corner where the roller can just bop all 3 of them at once, and that's exactly what happened. Because as soon as I saw them push in the corner and the jump come in, I'm like, oh, they don't know. They do not know. Oh, they are about to get steamrolled. And that could have been really tragic if the 4th player was nearby too, considering at how short their comp is. You'll typically find more of the team being more in a cluster, all as one unit nearby each other. So thankfully it wasn't everybody, but still, the roller was able to capitalize on that for how their team pushed them into a corner. And then Halley's overtime push here. They had Old Bay Brigade in a stagger, Sapph. I don't know if you saw it, but was in a stagger, and then we saw FL was waiting. Then tried to take, revealed themselves, were unable to get the pick on that shot, and that was a crucial pick. Because if they got that pick, they probably would have gotten away with so much more, but was revealed, called out, and the rest of Halley was able to collapse on it, which then left the knot, which then left the pencil to just try to defend individually. And as we can see, that has not been working out too well, unless if they have full stealth on them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. If the showdown between the shot and the roller went differently, it seems to me that FL could have taken a big advantage in trying to flank, because they would have been called out for that pick, and people would have had to direct their eyes to be like, okay, the flank is coming, which would allow the opening for Old Bay Brigade to immediately come back in and maybe try to suspend the offense just a little bit more. So Old Bay Brigade, once again, on the counter-picking situation, they are going to go back to splat zones because that is where they found success the first time. So maybe trying to run it back, maybe trying to put their ducks back in a row a little bit, trying to reorganize. And I'm assuming that maybe splat zones is going to be their ticket to doing that.
The games, again, like throughout, have all been really close, and Old Bay Brigade going back to splat zones here is still a pretty solid choice. They're probably going to run similar to what they had the first time, or they have another comp that we haven't seen yet, that they could still, show us. Again, with that Rainmaker comp, I don't think anyone would have predicted that if I hadn't seen it yesterday. But yeah. You never know what comes out with Rainmaker sometimes. Like, people will have a set strat for a certain mode, and they'll just roll with it. And as practice, it will work.
Right.
And people don't expect it.
Speaking of working, Devvy, other spots in the bracket currently. So we here on this right now are watching Old Bay Brigade and Halley. They are still duking it out. We're in a Game 4 scenario. However, UCSD Esports Gold has taken a dominant 3-0 over USF Splatoon Gold. So they are moving on in the bracket. And then we have PSU Blue 3-0ing Splatlanders. So very decisive games happening in other parts of the bracket. And we're still waiting on more results for Big Fat Sea Cows and for Death Roll. However, back to the matter at hand with Old Bay Brigade and Halley looking to move forward. So look at this. No changes to be had. For splat zones here, FL is still going to be holding on to that regular splat roller. We still have Miku on the pencil. No changes either coming out from Halley, and it's what's been working for them. So it's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Shout out to the ceiling sprinkler.
The ceiling sprinkler on this map is something that, every sprinkler person will want to get. And also, the big thing on this map, Halley was ready to push this. Like, the bucket went to that, it would be their left side, Old Bay Brigade's right, on that bottom side, where it can pick off people who are just going to play passive over on this night point. It is such a big bait area, it's such a big punish point, and Old Bay Brigade fell for it, and then it followed up by Azuka, and all of a sudden they're in a very disadvantaged spot from Old Bay Brigade, so now they really have to make sure that they can clear people out. We can see FL is trying to do that, but the carbon is in the center of where they want to put this bubble and just collapses on everybody else. Halley is saying, no, this is your counter pick, but we can do it better.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Brioche is just hungry for the picks. That is a 4 splat streak that Brioche is on currently. Strikes are trying to come out to create an opening. Fell is in a good position to take the high ground. However, response from David coming from behind the wall there. You got to be watching where they're going to try to be flicking the paint. There is a back and forth here with trying to lose control, but still, no penalty points to be had for Halley just yet. Again, the strikes are going to come out, but there's 2 members down. It just seems to me that the offense is completely being toppled by Halley, and that's Halley again from a 100 to 0 push on the counter pick coming from Old Bay Brigade, and they are moving on in the bracket.
That was something like, again, you could see the individual wanting to push forward, but I've got to give it to little David on the slosher here. Basically controlled that whole side. Just on their own, was able
Dominant.
to be there. And the thing was, is Old Bay Brigade didn't really adapt to it either. There was always a person that stayed near it, stayed in range of it. And then if they got too close or just happened to misstep, would go down to the slosher. Like, you could see how the slosher's going around trying to get Fell and is able to finally get it just after misstepping slightly. And just had it completely locked, because if they move the other way, then there's Brioche and Vessel. How are you going to get out of that? You really have to make sure you got some kind of specials online, and really the only 2 specials that you have to push there is the little chip damage from the Reign of the Nautilus, or you have to wait for the tri-strikes to clear them to go in. It is a lot slower to go back in, but those are the key things you had to wait for to be able to successfully get back in on that team to go for zone. So because we had to rush it, or they were rushing it in the end, they weren't able to clear it and just constantly got picked off by one or the other, but the slosher just dominated that one side and they couldn't adjust to it or pick it off.
We didn't see any fighting happening in Halley's base.
Nope, it was all in Old Bay Brigade.
Yeah, all the fighting happened in Old Bay Brigade's base, and I mean, as soon as Brioche was able to infiltrate, again, eyes on the bread, because Brioche was able to infiltrate consistently and like just camp on the ledge, and it's like you can't let them do that. And you could tell that FL especially was like really trying to take the close combat fight, but Brioche was just one step ahead. And it's like, what are you, like you said, what are you gonna do? Because if you have follow-up from Vessel on the end zap providing all of the paint for Brioche to move around with, it's like, well, now I just have to feel like I gotta get lucky and find them.
And I mean, Brioche had a lot of help getting there too. Like, there was a lot of paint coverage, there was a lot of distractions to allow them to get in. Like, you could see that most of the team was just there, ready to assist nearby, because all of the weapons basically, like, collaborated with each other. They had 2 huge damaging specials to come from the range, they had the slosher coverage, they had the zap paint and the coolers, so they weren't going very far. They were quite a solidified unit that they really had to either displace and separate them, or they had to get lucky. And a lot of times they were resorting on trying to get lucky, and you could see that. But even so, we did see that Rainmaker win from Old Bay Brigade, which I am pretty proud of. Not gonna lie.
No, I am too, because like a lot of times I feel like when somebody disconnects or something, people kind of like stop. Like that really like it causes for pause, right? And it's like they were like, no, just keep going, like don't stop, like we got a really good thing going here, just keep it going. And then they did, and it was like, yeah, it was maybe going to be replayed, but I'm glad that they were like, no, like we're gonna move forward, just like take it as it is. So that goes to show that Old Bay Brigade, even though there was definitely something that could have detrimented the game, they were like, no, we gotta keep going, we gotta keep pushing forward, we have a really good advantage here, let's try to just work with it. And it worked out in their favor. But Devvy, moving on in the bracket though, so Halley is moving on. We have, like I said, UCSD, there's so many acronyms for colleges, oh my gosh. UCSD Esports Gold is moving on into the bracket in a decisive 3-0. At the top, you have PSU Blue moving on into decisive 3-0. Big Fat Sea Cows and Death Roll are still deciding. We are at a 2-1 right now with those folks over there to see who is going to try and fight with PSU Blue. But in the bottom side of the bracket, you have UCSD Esports Gold and Halley on the winner's side of things going to duke it out. But remember, there is still a loser side to the bracket. So people still have another shot to try to make their way back up into winners. Just still have to fight down below, but they're down, but they're not out. They're down, but they're not out.
They're just down a step now. That can they bring it back up? There's still a fight to be won, and it's not over till it's over. So definitely never lose confidence if you get dropped down. You just think, how can we do this better? How can we get back up? And a lot of people will always, lose morale and be like, the set was so winnable. It's like, okay, now come back and win it the next time. Okay. Just give yourself that fire, that drive that'll just boost you throughout the rest of the bracket and take it right back. So those sitting down on the bottom with Splatlanders waiting for their match, Old Bay Brigade versus UCF Splatoon Gold, you're not out. Just find that fire. If you want it that badly, you will get it back. But remember, you need to have everybody there. You need to have everybody with that want. So if someone's feeling down, give them a little motivation. Just pick back up as a team, because you cannot do it yourself. This is a team game. You cannot do it alone. Do it together. It'll feel so much better.
Collaborate. Collaboration is the name of the game. And I want to take another look at the leaderboard again. So if you're somebody that is like really into stats, I'm going to throw some stats at you here for a second. So UCSD Esports Gold on the leaderboard right now, they are third on the leaderboard in terms of points. They're right behind Old Bay Brigade, and they are moving on into the winner's bracket of things. PSU Blue, however, interestingly enough, I don't see them on the leaderboard. Oh, no, yes, I do. PSU Blue is number 5. Big Fat Sea Cows is number 4. So a lot of the folks that we are seeing moving on in this bracket are like closer to the top. However, Splatlanders being at number 7, you have Drexel Dragon Splatoon being at number 6. But like, I think you're totally right. It's like the points at the end don't matter too much because Drexel Dragons aren't quite here yet. But here is a live look-in on what's happening in Division 2 over on Splatoon Tourney. If you want to go say hello to Rissa and Fusion, the Surging Sea and Golden Barracudas. Golden Barracudas is somebody that I predicted for Division 2 that's going to be doing really well today. So I'm glad that we get to see them on the stream.
There you go. Yeah, and it looks like they're also having their own Rainmaker game on Manta Maria common pick. And one nice thing that I like to see on this one is not just the tent, but we're also seeing a Forge Pro being used here as well for that one. And you gotta love seeing weapons like this making a bit of a comeback, especially like in the last patch we got a little bit of a booyah buff. I don't know about you, but me as a Hydra Splatling main, I got, boosted auto bomb and a boosted booyah. I'm kind of happy.
I can imagine. I felt that when I saw that update, I was like, oh, I wonder how Devvy feels about this.
But yeah, again, you got coverage everywhere, and we're only just looking at one of the several streams that you could be looking at, and just look at this power that it looks like Surging Sea is dominating right now. Just getting the pop, getting picks left and right with a 2-down advantage. They have the cooler. It's looking really good for them. Just, again, coverage everywhere, and this is only just one of them. You're on a second one, and there's so many more.
A little bit of an update for you folks watching us here on Division 1. Vista U, Big Fat Sea Cows, and Death Roll are in a Game 5.
Indeed, they are.
So looking to try and contend with PSU Blue. PSU Blue, Devvy, is a very, very strong team. And more specifically, I believe they have PSU Snow on their team. And oh my gosh. Okay, if you were watching the SAC finals yesterday and you were having fun watching Pepe use their Zuka, you're in for a treat to get to watch Snow, because Snow is the exact same. They are an absolute monster with the shot and their Zuka shots. And I know I personally also predicted them to be a very, very good player today in my choices, and I am just thrilled to get to hopefully watch them again today, because I've just enamored with what people can do with Trizuka sometimes.
Well, as long as they're playing, you should be able to, so your wish will probably be granted. So you got your luck, and I'm like, I had to think before, like, just before you said it, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know this, and I'm like, yep, I do. It's been a while, but it's just that there's so many things familiar to me, and again with me now catching up with the next kind of, section of all of the names in Splatoon and all that. I'm telling you, people are making me feel older and older day by day in Comp Splatoon, and I feel it. So just hearing all of these new things, it's good. And again, I'm being kept updated by the group I coach, and it's been so helpful. And I'm like, this feels so good, just knowing everything again. It's just like I need to now memorize everything again. But
it's hard to keep up with sometimes. Like
it is. But when you can keep up with it here and there, and I do try to, like, when I'm off work, like I can never catch the day ones of things because classic working adult moment. But I'll try to catch up with it on the following day before I see all of the finals and just kind of skim through it. I'm like, okay, who did this? Who did that? What are the notable ones? And I usually look on Blue Sky and we'll catch up. It was like how I knew the Rainmaker comp that Old Bay Brigade had. That's the only reason I knew that, is because I looked at the stream ahead of time from yesterday's events, and just catching up with it and going from there. Like I said, I've heard a lot, and I've even seen a bunch of what the big fat sea cows do and all that, and just all of these teams you see mostly everywhere and can be familiar or trace back to something else. But yeah, just so much stuff to keep track of from before and now, and what's still existing, what's brand new, what's changed. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, and I'm a big fat sea cows fan. Okay, I'm a huge big fat sea cows fan. They are so fun to watch. They are so fun to talk to as well. A couple of them do show their faces at the majors, like Riptide, LTC. I'm talking to you, Neptune, if you're out there. Neptune is such a treat to talk to and get to know, which is always really fun. Which is always really, really fun.
I think Neptune's casting our fourth perspective.
Oh, okay. That's really cool. Neptune is not playing with Big Fat Sea Cows today. However, they are casting for Division 4, I believe, on the YouTube. Is that right, Paper? Okay, yeah, on the YouTube. So Division 4 is on YouTube. Division 3 is on Splatoon Tourney 1. Division 2 is on Splatoon Tourney. And then you have our beautiful faces here with Division 1 on the CCA channel on Twitch. So yeah, shout outs to Neptune. What a guy. So kind and wonderful to talk to. Really fun to watch as well. A frontline supporter, kind of will shift between playing shot and 52. If they're supporting, they'll play the end zap. And then they have, oh my gosh, Devvy, they also have Fairy Light Lux. Lux is a master of the blade, okay? Every single blade that there is in this game, Lux has touched it before and has played it quite a bit. So it's, again, just a treat to watch Big Fat Sea Cows. Happy to see them in the top at Division 1, duking it out here. But still, we're looking to see who's going to compete against PSU Blue. PSU Blue is looking at their watch. They're like, okay, we're ready.
Refreshing the page like I am, when's it going to change? When's it going to change? When's it going to change? It's just wondering, okay, how much time has passed? What are they playing? I'm not too sure. Maybe one of them has another perspective, but won't know that. But we should find out any moment here. I'm guessing. So I'm just constantly refreshing, waiting to see when it's going to update.
Yeah, and just based on the logo, again, in the bracket for you folks right now, Death Roll and Big Fat Sea Cows are duking it out. I don't have much information on Death Roll, but based on the logo that I'm seeing, I believe this is Florida. It has a gator.
It has a gator.
University of Florida. Okay, so that is Death Roll, University of Florida. So you have... Oh, wow. You have... No, because VCU is Virginia Commonwealth. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, you have the East versus the South. The Southeast battle happening in a game 5.
I'm only going off of the knowledge I know that all of my American friends tell me, just, the lone Canadian picking up on all of this American information and trying to remember where it all is. But a good thing people give pretty darn good clues.
I know, right? Gator. Okay. Oh, okay. This is happening. Oh, this is UCSD. This is someone else's stream, a different perspective happening in Division 1. UCSD, I believe this is in the losers bracket side of things. Or no, it's winners bracket, excuse me.
Yeah, this is they're versing Arc Halley, because you can recognize the comp right off the get-go.
Yeah. Okay, so Arc Halley being in the blue, and you have UCSD Esports Gold in the orange, and Arc Halley having the leg up. They do have one game under their belt, so this is us entering game 2. Rainmaker on... Oh, I don't like that at all. Rainmaker on Crab Leg Capital.
You might not like it, but I know for me as a backline, this is something that I can do things on. But they have... Because the one team has a ballpoint. And I'm assuming this is why they picked it, was to try to get the ballpoint in range there, but it looks like Arc Halley is letting them have none of it right now, and is just kind of taking it down, using those Zukas as their range, just stopping it all to just keep shoving the Rainmaker through at no end.
Yeah, and I like the follow-up coming out from Goatchild here. They do have that inkjet online, and you can see the jump. Oh my gosh, barely seeing the jump there. That was a really huge stop. But it's the 3 versus 3 member down scenario. It's all about who can respond fast enough and who can jump in quicker.
Mm-hmm. But it is very close. But you can see just there's been no end to Arc Halley, just Brioche going in, getting there, and of course Arc Halley just getting the dunk right then and there. Brioche being able to have that jump back in to capitalize on the 2 members just ahead of them. And again, they're doing it with one of their 2 members like right beside them. And I believe it was that time it was the Sapph that was nearby them to help get them in there.
For sure. And man, fierce gameplay from Anda. Can I just say, like, okay, Brioche, like, we've talked about you. We know what you can do. We've seen what you can bring to the table. But Anda, as well, is also not afraid. Yeah, I mean, not afraid to really get up in your face and get close. And especially against rollers. Like, they had so many good fights against FL, and they were not scared to take them. Or even if there was, like, a bubble, like, they were like, okay, like, I'm going to back off, but I'm going to wait for you to come to me. You come out of there, and you come to me.
It's just waiting for when the time is right. But yeah, we've seen highlights from I think each player on that one. I know I didn't highlight them all, but we definitely put they've each shone their light to be able to push that team up ahead to why they're where they're at right now. So up on the big 2-0 versus UCSD Esports Gold right now.
Yeah, that's match point for them. So that's got to be feeling pretty good. Wind in your sails for sure for Arc Halley. Listen, dude, this game is still in a game 5.
It's like what is going on? So I'm wondering if something happened because I feel like it should be done.
I know, it's like I want to get in there. What's going on?
Yeah, I have a feeling something happened. I believe, just from what I am seeing, that there was I think there was a DC. I believe there was a DC. So yeah, I was like, something had to have happened that has made this game go on for so long. So, because after this much refreshing, I feel like I would have seen it, but it is still there. So I believe there was an issue going on over there, but they're gonna figure it all out.
Okay. Well, also, on the bottom side of things, just to give you another update. Also, folks, if you want to follow along in the bracket, if you don't know already, if you do ! Bracket in the chat, you can bring up the Battlefy link and see where everything is at, and then you can kind of refresh, like Devvy and I are. You can spam the refresh button to see what's going on and where people are at right now. But Old Bay Brigade taking one game over USF Splatoon Gold in the loser side of things, so again, Old Bay Brigade is not ready to leave the competition yet. They had a hard time against Arc Halley, but they are trying to warm themselves back up and like you said, maybe bring back the mental a little bit. Which, Devvy, I mean, somebody that coaches quite a bit, I mean, you have so much like information and ideas for how things work. What are some keys to success with trying to keep your mental at the right state?
I kind of mentioned it before. You got to turn a negative into a positive, right? And you have a thing is just like, oh, we could have won that set. Oh, I just messed up my fight here. Okay, take this, turn it into a positive. How do we win this? What can I fix? Okay, I can fix this. Now I'm gonna do it. And then when you find that it actually works, there's your drive forward. But anyway, I'm gonna move on. We have our match.
Death roll! No way! Again,
what getting the 3-2. I don't know what happened. But
what
Death Roll is here.
Okay, so we have PSU versus Death Roll. Now this is the battle of North versus South. This is the battle of the North versus the Gators of the South. Okay, PSU is Pennsylvania State, and then you have a Death Roll, which is University of Florida. PSU Blue has gotten to take a little bit of a break here, so have gotten to take a little bit of a breather. Maybe assessing their opponents, perhaps, like looking into what Big Fat Sea Cows, what Death Roll is maybe working with, maybe trying to see, is somebody streaming that we can kind of like take a peek at what's going on potentially, assessing the field a little bit. So we are going to be moving into round 2 with these folks, probably working on getting in the lobby. I'm sure PSU Blue has just been kind of like waiting to see who's going to show up.
It's one of two things. It's they're waiting, or they're going to keep on top of things. They're going to make sure that they stay warm, because you don't want to cool off in the time that you have waiting. You want to make sure you keep warm. Like, some people will just go in and, like, you know, play more matches, but the reason why they do this is, like, especially if other teammates are taking a break, they'll go in and, like, a lot of people will just go play like a series game or an X-Rank game. They want to keep their reactions warm. They want to keep themselves warmed up and still ready to go. They don't want to completely cool off and go into this like it's the first set, like you're not ready. They want to stay warm. There are teams that will do this, or they'll just go into an open together and stay warm. Mm-hmm. Or they'll do this and they'll do kind of a mix of both. They'll stay warm while also being prepared of what they could be up against and pre-planning.
Do you feel that it's very dependent on what you're playing? Like, if you have some time in between, is playing open the better thing? Or is, like, just kind of practicing in the training room the better way to stay, like, on an individual basis?
Depends on what you feel like you want to warm up. Like, if you feel like the targets aren't enough for you to do that, then yeah, people will go into another scenario like an X-Rank. But another thing is, like, if you go into a game with other players, you might also, if you find that your mentality wavers, then you don't want to do that. You just want to stick with the other thing. But if you find like that won't carry, you're just focusing on your skills, going there, you don't care about the outcome, then by all means, just go do a game. But if it really affects the mentality, like if you do something and you find like, hey, the person who you're playing with won't do what you want and it changes that, yeah, you want to avoid that. But we're going to the game here.
Okay, very cool. Also, shout out to Vapor. Vapor is also a PSU fanatic, so got some bread riding on this game. Who knows? But look at this PSU Gold. So much Trizuka, Devvy. So much.
PSU Blue has a lot of Trizuka. Yes. Yeah, lots of shooters, and again, it's just there with just a mix in of a brush. It's just they want to go, and that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, the brush is going to be a really key thing to be looking out for here, because they are going to be very, very quick, and you don't really want them infiltrating into enemy lines there. So a really strong opening by PSU Blue already. There's a lot of special response, though, coming out from Death Roll. You had that Tri-Splashdown, you had Trizuka, but a lot of response coming with Trizuka of their own, and clearing a huge opening on the left-hand side coming out from Snow there. Again, just ticking all the way down, no penalty points to be had. They have taken it out of control very briefly, but not for very long.
Yeah, they took it out, but again, no penalty or whatnot. PSU Blue still has control here. Strikes going out. They do manage to pick one, and it looks like they got one side. They were able to get capped this time, and now just trying to get paint around the other side, finding the other members. The Explode just kind of putting around the corners of where members have been, or where the callouts are. You can see where the shots are going. They're going towards the names. Just realizing, hey, there's somebody in this area. Maybe I can hit them. Maybe I can chip them. And do what needs to be, but the brush just kind of going around on the side here, trying to find a way around, but can just kind of move around, flick around, run around, do what it needs to, but just gets picked off on the sideline there, and now 2 members down on PSU Blue, and we can see Death Roll just maintaining some control here, but there are 2 specials online for PSU Blue. 3.
I was gonna say make it 3, launching 1. There is Snow launching a Trizuka and getting 1 pick, looking in for the second. That's 2 Trizukas coming online, so 6 shots only finding 1 pick. Not great odds for PSU Blue. However, making it work in their favor because that is now 3 members down and the wipeout. That's V pushing forward into the spawning area, making a great opening for Snow to come in and try to follow up as well. Lots of blue on the map. It's in the name, folks, PSU Blue. You can see that Andrew and Nitro are trying to work together here to maybe try to find an opening, but you got to be watching for that Trizuka, and I mean, that is a open target if you're going to throw that tacticooler down, especially with not a lot of coverage to be had there. So really, they just need to wait for the members of PSU Blue to get a little bit further forward, because it just seems like there's not too much of an opening, unless you're Nico. A really phenomenal trade there, but unfortunate, though, that PSU Blue is going to find more value out of it.
Yeah, the Expo there was doing a really good job spacing. I don't know if you saw it, was in the corner, was pushing a lot of the members of the shooters back and just trying to get into the corner, but did get spaced out and taken down by strikes. PSU Blue with a lot of control there, but again, I noticed the just the impact that the Explo was having from the top corners. Couldn't quite get picked off, had to get picked off by a special, and it was just causing some nuisance to displace, to push back, to try to get their team in on these 3 shooters in a brush somehow. And it was working there until, PSU Blue had a special handy and then just displaced it and took it right out and just had a counter for it.
Yeah, and I wanted... What got Snow there from Andrew? Was it a fizzy bomb? It must have been.
I think it was a fizzy bomb, yep.
Okay, I was like, oh...
I noticed that too, and I was like, okay, we got the pick here, and I'm like, there had to have been a fizzy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, that seems off to me. I'm a little confused about that, but okay. Phenomenal opening from PSU Blue. Again, like you were saying, really hard to contend with something that's quick like a brush, and then you have to like put your eyes onto that, but then it's like, oh wait, there's a Trizuka. Oh wait, there's another one. And then you have a brush running in between that. So it's kind of like, okay, like where's the priority? Where's the focus? And so again, information gathering coming from Death Roll. So they're like, okay, that's what they opened with on Splat Zones on a double zone map. A lot of space to be working around with on Umami, different obstacles and everything. However, gotta be looking out for where Nico is going to be, because that was some really good Explosher gameplay. They were utilizing the range as best as they could. And we're definitely probably calling people out as they were hitting them with Explo shots. So if you have a team that's a little bit more mobile, like PSU Blue, that can be really helpful. A lot of chip going into helping out with that. So on the counter-picking side for Death Roll, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Splat Zones again. Honestly, even tower control I could see being advantageous here.
Yeah, probably one of the two. Just considering the fast comp, I would take out Rainmaker right away. Because they don't want to do that unless if they've got something else up their sleeve that we don't know about. But you could see that they did have a way around it. But again, PSU Blue could also still have something around there, or they'll just run with this the whole time. I'm not sure, but that's just kind of a thing. Like I said, there'll be these teams that'll put out a comp for something, and then it'll change here and there and just be like, this isn't what we've picked up on in the first couple games.
Yeah.
You'll notice that even if there's a comp change, that the players will still play relatively the same. A good old classic with TC.
Reliable.
Old reliable indeed. TC Inkblot going around here. So I can see that either they're going to want to try to use those corners to trap, and just try to get picks from there. But the question is PSU Blue still going to run similar, or are they going to have a bit of a swap?
Well, I wonder if Double Zuka is the way to go here, because it seems that there's a lot more obstacles.
I see 3 buckets. Triple bucket. And a change that we do have here is that Snow is running the 52 rather than a second Zuka. But we still have the brush, we still have the shot, and the Neo Splash. But we got 3 buckets. And like I said, how they wanted to get control, I was thinking the Explo was still going to come back, and I think this is why they chose this map, was for that Explo. But they added 2 more buckets to it, so they really wanted to make sure they had that. But we see V coming in on the side. They get the pick on that Explo. They do get picked off in return, but Snow's going to charge in with the wall there and just go right on top, followed by Jay. And they're just going to claim bats right away.
Yeah, I feel like it's a battle of the quick comp versus taking all of the zones, right? Because with the triple bucket, you have front, mid, and back all at your arsenal. However, with PSU Blue having all front and running really quick, I mean, Snow is in their spawn. They were literally running up to where they were spawning in, and the second checkpoint's already fallen. It's a battle of speed versus a battle of patience, but if you can't get the patient part set up, then what is one to do?
That is exactly right. Like, really well worded. This is patience versus speed, and you just need that patience, but you can see that the patience isn't really coming into play here, and it's just the speed is just taking it down one at a time. But 2 did go down there for a second, but jumps are constantly coming back in on the tower. There's bombs, there's just Snow trying to stay alive. They got it all the way to 3 until they were finally cleared. And now you can see how it's taking a bit of time to be able to get the paint control in middle, but the Tri-Slosher being the main middle painter, we could see the machine just wanting to take the sides, Explo's kind of following up in the middle, and then just the T-Tech kind of roaming around in between. This machine here wanting to stay on the aggressive, wanting to try to find the picks. They are marked. Now it's just finding it. That wall in a really good place there, blocking the machine out from doing anything there, and it looks like they've got Splashdown online with the Slosher, but again, there are 3 specials online ready for PSU Blue, and they are making sure that Death Roll is not going to get anywhere with these resources, as they are all used basically at the same time.
Yeah, and they still have 3 in the arsenal, 1 member going down. That's Snow on the right-hand side, launching the Killer Whale. A lot of displacement tools to be had, but it's like you said, it was, okay, so all of the members of PSU Gold or PSU Blue went down, and then again, it was a battle of the patience, right? So they were able to flush themselves out a little bit, get some paint control back. However, it just seems that PSU Blue is so quick on the respawn, because already Snow is back in the spawning area. All the members of Death Roll are back in the spawn. Tower now in possession of PSU Blue. They got mid back very slowly. However, they had all of their players spread out to try to take the fights. But you got to be watching where Snow is. That's a big pick coming out from Nico, taking them out of the bats area. That could have been major for PSU Blue to try to get that tower past the 3-point mark. And I mean, I was convinced that Death Roll could maybe try to turn it around here a little bit, but it's hard to play against a comp that is so fast.
It is hard to get when it is definitely quick like that, but you can see how the Explo for sure is making sure that the paths are blocked. Like, the Explo has been painting that rail every so often when they have the time to look at it, but they're seeing the player and making sure that they can put the chip on the players that are hiding behind the stack here, and hoping that maybe somebody else can chip at the other ones. But here comes Snow. Snow is recognizing where these threats are and coming up to try to put a pinch play as the rest of the team is fighting on the other side. Looks like 1 member goes down on that right side. It looks like in trade for the Tri-Slosher. Explo here is looking for another. They do see the one that's trapped in the corner. Whales come out, able to save the shot that was hiding under the ledge, and able to get that Zuka off to finish off a couple more players.
Oh, man. And then, okay, yeah, and then V is already gunning it for Nico. Nico using the triple splashdown to take them out. Snow is trying to push them. A lot of damage ticking onto Snow, though. That was 3 different players that had to take Snow out, but follow-up from Jay is also going to be huge because, again, no breathing room right now for Death Roll. They get back out into mid. They get all of their tools online. They got 2 specials, 3 specials at the ready with less than a minute left to go. That cooler is now popped. They're trying to put something together here, Devvy, but it's just PSU Blue is so quick to respond, and they're not even using cooler. I'd like to point that out. They're not even using cooler.
Nope. Some teams don't really need it to just keep going from there. They know their setup. They know what it's there. They don't fully need it. They'll just have the space they need. They'll adapt to the situation and just roll with it. It's just, cooler's just something that, you know, if they do go down, then it's a special that they have, but they know how to move in as a unit. They're keeping themselves alive. They're playing with each other. I know there was a trade in the corner there that they managed to get, but you could see how the other one, you know, didn't fully dive forward, just kind of waited for the moment, and just kind of, they're playing around each other. So even though if one goes down, I mean, there's still another nearby, and there's someone else just behind giving them a jump back in, and just able to just keep that space. It's really good rotating, where you don't need cooler to do it. Just teammates being alive, rotating around each other.
Yeah, and I mean, really, really good on the jumps too, because consistently when one went down, they were like, all right, I'm getting back in there. I'm not wasting any time. I'm just going to get back in there and we're going to see what happens. So I appreciate that from PSU Blue. But okay, so the counter pick was a game that was slower, right? Like they tried to pick something that was slower, using a little bit of a slower comp, requires a lot more setup. However, the fast and furious type comp that PSU Blue is running here still can break through that, can still break through the patience. But that's not to say that Death Roll didn't have a lot of like really good like team fight and good picks, because again, like when at the 3-point mark, they were able to take everybody down regardless of the jumps coming in. They got themselves set back up into mid, but it just requires so much more setup if you can't play as fast as your opponents. And so being on the counter picking situation again, PSU Blue being at match point here, I mean, what do you pick against a fast comp like this? You picked the slow game, didn't quite work. Flat zones was the opening. You don't really have much choice against that. It's like you said, Rainmaker, I feel like, is still off the table. That's kind of worrisome. So Clan Blitz?
You could, but then again, you have to worry about the brush. So I think those two are definitely off. I think zones and tower are there definitely more safer options. I do think that they can do both as long as they can, keep themselves set up and established. And I think picking Inkblot was a good one because there's more terrain, especially when they're trying to have establishment with those buckets. So maybe they go with another tower route, but with another map of more terrain, or they do try a splat zones map where that can give their weapons more advantage, but they really have to be careful on like the lockout point, right? And how they push back in. Again, it's a lot slower of a game, and sometimes you have to be sure of like how you're going to push. Sometimes they have to get more points before you can get it. But PSU Blue knows that if they just keep rushing and don't let them get set up, that their comp is going to crumble slowly. But they are picking with splat zones again, and they're going on Hagglefish this time. So it's interesting to see how they have, how they're going to possibly adapt to the middle here. So I don't know if I see the 3 buckets coming back for this one from Death Roll, but I do see how the Explo can definitely have some fun on this map.
Agreed. Definitely trying to pick something that has higher ground for the Explo to have more of an advantage. And it seems like Nico is a really key player, kind of a linchpin in all of this, because it seemed to me that they could contend in close combat if they needed to, but like having that at your side and like being the kind of background and support person that the Explo can be, it seems to me that maybe, and especially with something like Hagglefish where the zone is closed in to something. So it's like when those Explo shots are flying in there, it's like, what is one to do? Okay, so Nitro is actually switching on to the blaster, but look at that change coming out on PSU Blue. Kev is now switching on to the pencil. So we didn't see the pencil before, but they are also opting to have something with a little bit more range and paint power. So it's very much, oh, wait a minute. No, Nico's actually picking the Blob, Devvy.
Nico is playing Blob and is running Thermalink, so when they have the chips are going to see it. And Blob here also, like, it puts out a good amount of paint as well, like the Explo would, but it's also going to be quicker, it's more chip, especially when it comes to underneath of things, and has access to just kind of the extra utility that can follow up with the weapons. And it looks like that they want to get this blaster in to cover. The blaster's going to cover most of this middle section, and they just want to try to get the blaster in to get these picks. And look at that.
Wow.
There is now 3 down on the side of PSU Blue. It is just this pencil. It looks like Death Roll has the zone right now, and you can see that they're going to move in. Nico's going on the one side here, putting the blobs around. And we're just trying to see where the others might get set up, but it looks like they haven't really fully... None of them are fully diving in. It looks like they're waiting to see until they go to Death Roll. They're waiting for PSU Blue to attack Death Roll.
Yeah, and I really do appreciate the blob pick on this one, Devvy. I really think the tracking was going to be the key for Death Roll, because if they're going to move fast, then it's like, okay, well, then we need to know where they are.
Collapse!
Yeah, quite a fight to happen there, and Nico, again, coming out on top. They can play something with a little more range, but they can still find success in the close combat, and that was a good assist from the teammate as well to make sure that Nico was able to stay alive there. But calling out on the flank, V over on the flanking side, but that's 3 members going down on Death Roll, a huge distraction point coming out from V, and now it's PSU Blue trying to infiltrate into the court area of the folks of Death Roll, but Death Roll having a little bit more range on their side with using the blob and trying to maybe get a little bit of chip damage. That's the rain coming out as well, maybe trying to create a bit of an opening here. But it seems to me that the members of PSU Blue know when to fold. They know when they need to kind of push back. They know when they need to not overextend themselves. And the tri-strikes coming out is going to also attribute to that. But when you have the killer whale coming out for more displacement as well, I mean, it's making it difficult for Death Roll to also find their footing. They had such a strong opening here, but it seems like PSU Blue is going to try to prevent any more momentum.
that bubble from the blaster that just came out there, it didn't protect them, but it helped their teammate to just shove them back. It looks like V is trapped in a corner, but did get a pick on that T-Tech in the corner. V was still alive, finally getting taken down, and Nitro's just going to poke the corner here. Looks like Deathroll now has a zone again, and we know that lead was reclaimed by PSU Blue. Nitro just kind of looking around here. It looks like they're trying to build up that bubble more, but it looks like V able to drop down and get the collapse on that. Zuka's at the ready, is going to try to aim for these members that were taking the bait, and we're able to take one, so V able to take a fight down to the wing, able to bait a player from Deathroll down just to become victim to the Zuka, and V ain't holding back. V is going to charge forward because we can see what Deathroll's comp right now can do when it has what it wants, so V is like, we need to stop this. We need to make sure that we can get through to them when we can, and really nice roll bomb off that tent or canopy, and I feel that pain on that one.
Yeah, I feel like Nico wasn't anticipating to die there. To me, it seemed like that they were like, oh, I have enough space in between me and this bomb, but it wasn't quite enough. Also, really big shout out to V there, because V pushed forward so much that they got to see Nitro twice. They took Nitro down twice, that they pushed forward so much. But PSU Blue having now 3 members down and a 2-member down scenario on Deathroll, but they do have the Rain online, and they're kind of saving it for maybe getting more members pushed up into the court area here. You can see PSU Blue is trying to spread out on their base area, trying to come down the ramp and find safe passage, but that's Snow going down to Nitro, Rain coming down too on the right-hand side. That is pigeonholing all of the members of PSU Blue onto the left-hand side for the Tri-Strikes to try to do them in here. 10 unit points now remaining. They have Trizuka and Specials just launching all systems go to try to flip the zone back in their favor, and it's just enough to flip it back with a huge penalty point on Deathroll here. Less than a minute remaining.
There's so much going on so fast, and here again you can see, like, this is how Deathroll has adapted to this. This is what they were anticipating when picking this map mode, and it is currently working out for them. But again, we don't want to speak too soon. We see V coming from the side again, trying to get something to happen, but does get taken down. Snow trying to come up too, gets one, unable to get that second one, but Tri-Strikes are launched, and it looks like the zone's in neutral spot. Just look at them all around the side. It looks like PSU Blue does have the control here. V is just launching forward. They want the blob out of the zone. The blob is causing so much extra pressure there to be able there, and you can just pushing the 2 members back. Strikes are at the ready. Blob has Rain. They know overtime's happening. The Zuka, I think, still had a couple more shots there. There's the Tri-Strikes, and we'll see if we have any more follow-up, but that bomb just wants to roll, but it isn't. Nitro's just kind of stuck on the side here to the whales. They know Cooler's out. The blob is down, though, and now here comes the whole really big fight towards the zone here. Strike's going to go around. They did pick off Jay. It's still going down. We're stuck at 10. It's neutraled here. I think there was more pain on the side. The blaster goes down. More strikes. There's so much going on the side. There we go. There we go. Strike's able to finally push back and help it paint there. Jay goes down again. The pencil not quite charged enough to help paint through it, and Deathroll is able to keep that zone. They hang on.
Yeah, by a thread, dude.
Literally by a thread.
As soon as the penalty was gone, I was like, oh man, what are you gonna do now? But okay, that was a battle of who is gonna die on the zone more, because really Nitro went down in the bubble, and then like that covered half of it, and then Jay went down to the Tri-Strike, and then like that covered half of it. So it's like, oh man, if you're gonna be taking this fight and going into the firefight here, you need to try to like be away from the zone, but then you also need to like pressure other people out of it. Yeah, that was really dicey for Deathroll, hanging on by a thread going into game 4.
Yeah, they did have the setup on the side. It was just making sure that they don't go down as well to the other displacement, and they dodged all of the strikes that were being thrown at them, and all of the other things that PSU Blue was throwing nearby. Nitro did go down on the corner there, but at least it was the blaster that went down and not one of the key painters. So that was huge. At least it was Nitro. I know Nitro, that it's just like being used as a sacrifice, but at least that you blocked for one of the other painters. So good job.
yeah, that was. I can feel the pressure from Deathroll being like, man, okay, like that was a great opening. The blob, like shout out to the blob. That was the ticket. That I think really helped them there. And I love that the counter pick is coming quick. PSU Blue wants to put a stop to this Devvy. They're going with Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. So again, I think that brush is going to be coming back.
Yeah,
I could see the brush coming back for sure. I'm not sure if Pencil would stay, but maybe Double Zuka could come back. I feel that they want to try to be Fast and Furious once again.
Yeah, I could see the Double Zuka coming back here. I think they put the Pencil in because they knew that either, they figured the Explo was still going to be like a key person on the tent side. They wanted to make sure that they had that range through Hagglefish, so that's why the Pencil came back. But now that you have Scorch, it's still all around. And if you have the Double Zuka, you still have that range to cover. And, of course, the arc down from the Zuka that can cover behind the snipe area, which is that pesky area that you don't want anybody to be in by the clam goal. So I can see this also being a really quick rundown what they want. So the question is Deathrel going to anticipate this? And are they going to continue running kind of what they did for their Splat Zones comp? Or are they going to do some other adjustments so that they are able to keep up with what PSU Blue is probably going to put on the racetrack here?
Right. And the other thing I'm curious about is keeping somebody like the Blob out and just keeping them out. Okay. So double bucket is gonna come back. Mm-hmm. I'm curious.
Still here. Okay.
Yeah, I wanna be in the VC. I wanna know what the decision making is behind this because I feel. I don't know. Expo could be good here, and I think the wall is advantageous. Yeah, because you have to fight wall with wall.
Yeah, the thing is, like, when Explo gets control on that middle, it does, like, how I told what the Zukas can do, right, and hit behind, but here you have a constant, endless stream of it, basically lobbing behind these areas, so Explo is a power point once it controls that mid, and you want to make sure it doesn't get there, so PSU Blue, their main target is going to make sure that, like, the Explorer, nobody can get set up. But the other thing is they kept this blaster, so they found that the blaster is working. You're getting the ledges, and you can see it is going crazy here, looking for the other ones, but gets caught in between the three, just unable to find that other pick. But we could see what Deathroll wants here to get set up with how these weapons can work and follow up with each other. And what PSU Blue is going to do is they're still going to try and keep paint control and run it down. And I can think the pencil pick here is just to make sure that range still can't get in control. But look at this. Deathroll getting 2 down on the side of PSU Blue, and that blaster is trying to lead the way with others behind it. That splashdown just clearing the area. They get the score, and we're already down to 48.
Yeah, I wanted that to work out for Nitro so badly.
Yep, as did I.
I wanted that to work out so bad. I mean, at the end of the day, it did. We're still ticking down the points. 2 members down now on the side of Deathroll. But there's still clams going in the basket, Devvy. I mean, we're down to the 36 mark. I mean, holy smokes. Is it going to end ever? I'm sure PSU Blue is wondering.
Nitro
also wanted it to work out.
Highly missed that. And I mean, not a bad effort to try. It looks like Jay able to get a pick on the Explo there. And Snow's just adding some pressure with follow-up here with the shot. We see it with the Clam just moving it from behind with Tri-Slosher from Andrew just coming and getting a pick and return. Just back and forth picks here. V just running around and just picking people back and forth, but it's trades all around. We see the pencil here just opting to move back. They do have Cooler at the ready for the next time that they do want to push back in. But a nice attempt here. They got the points down to 77. Penalty is applied. But Deathroll there, able to stop it. They have a lot of chip poke, but what they have right now, it is definitely working in store for them.
Yeah, and I agree with Andrew throwing down that tacticooler there. That's 2 of the shooters grabbing it, but not if B3 can't find any value because they're going down. And that's Nico going down. That's huge. That's a really big poking person to really take out of the fight there. You can see Andrew trying to get set up against Snow, taking Snow out of the fight. That ball is still going to make contact, and it looks like maybe a jump was going to be waiting in for Kev. V waiting for the opponent to also come down, but Andrew is already quick on the call out to taking them out there. I mean, Deathroll is very quick to topple the offense of PSU Blue here. They've already done it twice now and are maintaining their lead as best as they can, having 2 power clams at the ready with specials online ready to deploy. They want to try to make this push again, and Nitro once again is going to lead the way for that.
There's so many in a corner here. This is an amazing bubble from Nitro just going in. And I also have to make a note from earlier is that when that cooler went down from Deathroll, it was actually used as a huge bait point for the shot from PSU Blue. Just targeting us when the cooler went down as people went for it. Just people fell victim to when the cooler went down to be able to pick up the cooler. So something to note that with the cooler teams and a shot on the other side, when you put cooler, is it going to be in range of these Zukas? Because it is just full-on bait, because if people are going to rush for that cooler, expect a Zuka right afterwards.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely, and already we're seeing a similar story with having 2 power clams online for the folks of PSU Blue here. V trying to lead the charge, having some clams of their own, but that's triple splashdown coming down,
getting around
V getting taken down in the corner there before they can really get something started. PSU Blue is on the back foot now. They have to back up because that's also Snow getting taken out of the process. Nitro is not scared, Devvy.
No, Nitro is going to try to find those picks, but realize Nitro's going in and not far behind is basically the rest of the team. So if Nitro succeeds, the rest of the team is nearby and they aren't slowing down. They know what PSU Blue wants. They know how they want to move. So Nitro is trying to take that initiative, trying to bait people into there so that the Explo and the rest of them can just follow up on it. Snow here trying to stay alive, but the Explo getting behind the wall. Explo is such a key dominant source on this map, and I know how strong they are on this map, and it's just proving, especially with the splashdown, getting the quarters from underneath. There are so many clams at the ready on the other side. They want this push to go. They just need to make sure that they just can't run in with it. There's 10 seconds left. Snow's on the other side, but the splashdown going to shut that down. They're able to find Jay in the middle as well. There's only 2 left. They are able to pick off Nitro. The Zuka isn't able to find anybody at the end, but you can see just Deathroll here is kind of maintaining a wall right now, and V is trying to come in from the side. I think, the Explo got picked down on the side here. Andro trying to get on the here. Zuka able to pick off one. That was huge follow-up.
Huge.
From Deathroll there. Huge follow-up, and now we can see the Brush just trying to move in, get away, but there's a shooter in the way. Oh my gosh!
Okay,
Here we are!
Yeah, okay, listen, Deathroll taking us to Game 5, this is actually bananas, but also, Devvy, the big detriment for me by PSU Blue was them holding on to the power clams that whole time.
You could held on to 2 almost for like the last, 15,
yeah, but Deathroll was like, I know where you're gonna be. Yep. We know what you're trying to do because you keep holding on to them, and I'm more so thinking about Jay, the Brush player, because I'm like, I get that you're fast, but it's like, that's a target on your back. If you're trying to break in and infiltrate here, yeah, looking here on the breakdown, so Kev has the ball, I would expect that. They're the pencil, they don't want to push too far forward. V saving the ball, I would expect that, because they have so much in their arsenal now. But Jay picking it up, and then Kev moving in with them, I mean, Deathroll was like, we know exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to go take the long way around, coming around the right-hand side. B was able to set up there with the Trizuka, and they just take him down on the ramp right away. Like, it's like you are calling yourselves out at this point, and Deathroll was really reliant on that, I think.
There was something there, and I also think this is kind of the other way to look at it, is V was a common initiator for this Clams map. It wasn't Jay, it was V. We saw V go around the side, sharking in the corner. Usually that would be the Brush's thing. But we either saw V or Snow, and the Brush was the follow-up. So I think that they kind of kept this thing, and maybe Deathroll had picked up on that Jay would follow up with one of the 2, instead of being the one to kind of run by themselves, because if Jay did that, it would honestly run down for them. So I think they played it well here with how one of the shooters has to lead first, and then the Brush kind of comes around. So I wonder if Deathroll knew this and actually took advantage of it. That's why Jay had the ball. That's why V passed it to Jay, because V did go in on their own at the end and picked off the Explo. So they did what they wanted to do, but Deathroll still had it set up to where they picked off one, then they realized the next one was the 52, so then they picked off the 52, and then the Brush was going to be the last one to run it in. Then the pencil would come in and follow up afterwards, but again, they still had their own shot in the way, so they were able to shut down the Brush next. So they were leading with the 2 shooters, and then following up with the Brush, and I think that was noticed, and it was capitalized on.
Well, it's so I just want to say, the amount of pivot that Deathroll has had to go through in this set, because again, they were just getting rushed down after rush down in the first 2 games. They could not get themselves set up at all, and then they found the formula in the Splatzones game. They really tied it together in the Clam Blitz game. So PSU Blue, as you said, they're like, okay, we got to play this quick and we got to play this fast, so they're going to play Rainmaker, and I love that they're going to use a vacuum. That's huge.
Yep, they're gonna try and use vacuum strats to push the Rainmaker here and just have everything else on the side here. And we see that Nico has switched to the edit, because we know how, sloshers and greats don't like to mix completely, but yet they still do have their advantages. But we are going with the credit here, able to just have the crab to launch to the other side, also give a lot of paint, and just continue to go quick and keep up with the speed of the other team. We do have 2 resources ready online for PSU Blue. We've got 2 down on the side of Death Roll. PSU Blue, I believe, is now looking for their opportunity to push here. They're trying to find these 2 players. They do find the shot, but Nico staying alive behind that pedestal, and Nico trying to find Snow here, just kind of adapting to these little ledges here where the grates are, but the vac is out. They are trying to put as much pressure onto the vac, and you're able to see that the blaster is able to pick it off, but the explosion from the vacuum still goes out. So 2 down now on the side of PSU Blue. Rainmaker is stopped on that grates there. We still do see R3 fighting on the bottom there, and the rest of PSU Blue coming in. It's kind of like a reset in middle here with the crab going around, trying to see if they can space people out at the moment.
Yeah, so far credit scores on Death Roll are not quite where you want them to be, and PSU Blue is kind of having a good time with that. Huge play, though, coming out from Nitro with getting the blaster shot out and preventing the vacuum from causing any more damage there. And tons of Trizuka gameplay. So really, like you said, kind of guesstimating on the distance of where you want to be, and you don't want to get too close with where the Trizuka is going to be. But that was a big opening coming out from B. I didn't even see what happened there. They kind of just picked it up and ran with it. It seemed like the call out was like, just go as far as you can and we'll try to do the rest. And Nitro looking to try to pick up the Rainmaker, also trying to defend it a little bit here. But a lot of folks on PSU Blue are pretty distracted because Nitro's on the platform.
That is the moment they needed. You can see it's just like, okay, just wait, okay, go. And then just took the opportunity to go and even got it over. That is still huge, but again, if you just one simple good push and that lead can be reclaimed on from either side here. But way to go to Death Roll, just taking the advantage on the side that just didn't have the most people, causing the distraction, making them not focus on where the objective is and that there's still a threat there. Just allowing them to get a little bit closer, but we can see V here just being a nuisance underneath, but Andrew does have it a little bit unlocked, but doesn't want to go into the range, is going to put that cooler out, didn't want to go in the fight, save the special, and now it looks like Pop will probably go into favor here. Zuka's out, they do have the vacuum ready on the Jet. It looks like they're just trying to keep this top corner here. They don't want them to come out the top corner, but they do have a good number of paint in the middle with the crab, and they found V on the wall there. That is huge.
Yeah, and I appreciate that they are doing a really good job at, like, alternating their Trizukas and or doing them at the same time, because like you were saying earlier, like Nico and B were trying to hide behind the pedestal, so they were just trying to Trizuka the heck out of them to just get them away from that positioning point. Andrew trying to push forward and take a fight with V, but V is too quick, and already Nico is being called out by themselves and being collapsed in on by Jay as well. So the Rainmaker, the push that they were trying to set up there immediately topples. Nitro being the one to pop the Rainmaker though, and it seems like Death Roll is still in a good spot to pick it up here and get something going. The bubble is online, and they're going to launch it up on the grates there, but it seems to me that Jay is able to move past that, and they want to provide a little bit more distraction, also displacement. The Killer Whale not going to do much though, as it is going to be causing Andrew to be pushed forward here. So Death Roll is still holding on to their lead, even though PSU Blue has a little bit of a faster comp. I think they're having a hard time with this blaster headed combo, Devvy. It seems to me that is kind of the thorn in the side at this moment, this double cooler.
Yeah, the blaster in general, since they brought out the blaster, they have been struggling a bit, and you can see that it's just following it up. Like, Nitro's going to go, the rest of the team is going to follow up on it, and it's just giving them a hard time just being able to deal with it. But you can notice there that the blaster will get set up on one side, and the rest of PSU Blue just kind of ignores it when they need to, and will go to the objective and stop it. But at the meantime, the rest of Death Roll is just ready to realize this, so then the blaster can turn around, and then they can just pinch play. Is kind of what's happening.
Yeah, that I don't think the Autobomb was a little unfortunate there. You could kind of maybe see a glitch in the thinking a little bit of what they wanted to do, and then the Autobomb was like, okay, well, I'm going to make the decision for you. So that's got to be nice for Nitro. That's 2 members down on Death Roll, 1 on PSU Blue. A lot of specials online here as we enter the final 10 seconds of the game. A really solid lead, though, by Death Roll. But however, that first checkpoint is now going down. The vacuum has been popped. There is some defensive maneuvering here, and the Killer Whale coming out, but it's not enough. There is no jumping in to be had there for PSU Blue. That's going to be Death Roll. That's Death Roll moving on, and I don't know about you, Devvy, but I honestly was not anticipating that. Yeah, the reverse from Death Roll. The reverse,
indeed. That is team adaptation at its finest. I am telling you, like, just going from full-on speed, okay, we're gonna take it slow here, and then it's like, okay, they're doing this, okay, they're still doing this, they're still doing this, okay, let's just keep changing, let's add another thing, let's do this. How are they gonna deal with it now? And they struggled, like, the addition of the blaster was huge, and then you could see, like, the swap with the blob on zones was also a good thing. They brought the Explo back in the fourth game, which, again, Explo on Scorch, it's a powerhouse, so I'm glad that they brought it back for that. And then switching to the edit for the grates, realizing, like, okay, the buckets and grates, it's just, we can't really hit too much. So picking the crab edit in place of that to still have, some of that extra Explo feature when you have the crab, but also just a lot of range to cover it and just continue holding their own. It's just, they adapted to it to what would work best against this comp in there, and they were able to just take it all down.
Yeah, it wasn't just like it was like team adaptability, but it was also like a huge array of weapon adaptability, because you went from Explo to credit, like,
again, there is some similarities to it, so I can see why. So
but it's just like two completely different weapon classes that you're just like, okay, I guess we're playing credit now.
You gotta have one of those things on the sidelines, because they're not all gonna work for that thing. So it's like, okay, when you come across this, what's your go-to? When you come across this, what's your go-to? Once you come across this, your go-to. It's kind of like a main thing of, like, you just gotta have something ready for everything. It's just, just having, like, what are your weaker maps on your main? And what's stronger? What can you focus on that'll work better for this given scenario? So it's like, for me, if I'm against a rat comp, like, my main won't always work, so I have to adapt to it. If we're on a map with a lot of terrain, okay, what works better here? Hey, this is going, like, really quick. Maybe we need something to reach over ledge. What works here? So I have kind of, like, my triangle of weapons to go to, and they're, like, one of them's a completely different class. And you'll see, they'll just have it ready. They'll have it ready to go for any situation. And ta-da!
Yeah, I want to echo what you just said. I mean, that was a really great display of adaptability on a very, very strong opponent. So shout out to Death Roll, because that is crazy analysis to be having, and especially because counterpicking went by pretty quick. So it was a quick analysis of, like, this didn't work, okay, how do we readapt, how do we reassess, this is what we're gonna do. And I really feel like that the Haggle Zone game really gave them the upwell that they needed, and they were like, okay, like, we are in this still, we can totally do this, we can figure it out. But Devvy, did you know that this season the CCA hit 2,000 followers on Twitch?
I did know, I'll tell you that much. But what a big achievement. Like, it's a huge achievement.
Yeah, it's a really big milestone. And so to celebrate, the CCA is giving away a sticker pack to one lucky follower, and anyone can enter, including Devvy and I. You can fight me and Devvy if you choose to fight us in this raffle. You can 1v1 us in the raffle. Anyone can enter. So type 2000 in the Twitch chat. Type 2000, just like DRF right there. Yep. Do you see DRF right there? Just like that. Type it in the Twitch chat. And yeah, type it in there, and you can enter into the raffle. And then we will pick a winner later on in the event. So you don't want to miss it. If you want to be included in the raffle, you want to go ahead and do that right there. Yeah. I see you folks entering in your raffle entries right now. So go ahead and keep doing that. I believe you can keep on doing that throughout the sets that are coming. So if you forget and you're like, oh no, like I missed it. What does 2,000 mean? Should I just do that too? That is your raffle entry. So yeah, congratulations, CCA. 2,000 on Twitch. That's a huge milestone.
It is a huge milestone. It's only still growing, and it's great that it's still growing. So it's such a great thing to have. I remember when I first heard about it and it first launched, I'm just like, I could be a part of this in the production side. I'm like, it's like, I know I can't actually like pay for it, but I could like play for it, but I can root for my friends and everyone who plays for it, and they give me so many stories for it, and I'm like, it's still cool being able to commentate it too.
Oh, I know. I'm absolutely enamored with the fact that, like, Splatoon as our esports scene has a huge college scene, which I wish like more people knew about. It like just in the general fear of esports, like people are like, oh yeah, like Splatoon is an esport, but it's like no. Did you know that we have a collegiate league and it's like massive? Like it's such a cool thing to like put it all together and watch it like form and just blossom as it has. And especially again, folks, there are literally 3 other streams that are officially running all of the other divisions that are being played today, but then there's also players within that are also streaming their point of views. So like collegiate esports for Splatoon is really getting a lot of attention this weekend, and it's really awesome to be a part of. So
yeah, and for all those here, like you could say you were here, you witnessed it, and for those playing in it, like it's a huge, it's just a big thing, and it's just like you could say you were a part of this, whether you were playing in it, viewing in it, production, just everyone has a bit.
2000.
Yes,
typing 2000 in the chat.
2000 in the chat. There you go. Everyone has a part of it.
Perfect. Okay, well, listen, Devvy, we're moving on to winners finals. We got to hang out with Halley earlier. They are back in center with us, and Death Roll is here to stay. I don't know, keys to victory here. What we were seeing from Halley, the Halley was doing a really great job against Old Bay Brigade. They really hit the nail in the coffin against them in a decisive 3-1 set. And then Death Roll just coming off of a huge Game 5 win.
I need to note that these guys also came off of a Game 5 win.
Oh, okay.
So they went 3-2 against UCSD Esports Gold. So we did see them take that Rainmaker Crab Leg win, but there was a lot more fight to it after that. So they just came out of a Game 5 as well. And to see this happening, that both of the kind of like the semifinals on the winner side, both went to Game 5. But now here we go in the winner final round here. Death Roll versus Halley. Or Halley. I actually don't know if we're saying that right now that I think about it.
I just like Halley. Oh, and you marry Tyler Moore. Sorry. That's kind of where my brain went. Anyway.
It is Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi Resort, and we can see the blaster is staying. Nitro is just like, the blaster's been working since here and is going to keep it, or maybe this is what they ran the whole time on this map. But again, we didn't know that beforehand, but we see the Explo is going to stay, and we can see just how much added pressure, how much space this Explo takes, and just allows for the blaster to move in, where the T-Tech just kind of paints up, and then when Andrew gets a moment, basically just follows up on the corner. But hey, look, it's Brioche. Brioche is back. Just need to be like, hey, I'm here. Remember what I did last time? Hey, I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, that's great and all, but talk about me. I'm fresh baked bread here. So that's okay, but unfortunate for Brioche, that's 2 folks going down. Really solid tri-strike positioning there. Ando's not really finding any entry here. There's too much paint to really contend with, especially when you have the Expo watching the right-hand side there. So they're kind of forced to see if they can enter in from the left. But then Nitro's there, and taking down Anda, that's a huge entry that Nitro was just completely denying with themselves. Water level now going to find itself dropping here, and we still have 3 minutes and some change left to go. And really solid hold from Death Roll at the moment, but that's Anda coming in for another really good pick. That's 2 members down. Now the bubble is going to have to be launched from Death Roll. Still no penalty points though, and it's so close to flipping, but just not quite enough. There we go.
There we go. It was just the one slosh, but it looked like David just wanted to see if they could pick something off, but couldn't quite get it. But that last slosh just painted the zone towards the end. But we did have just kind of most of the team members going down. Andrew just kind of waiting for a moment on the side here, but Brioche on the zone are aware of it now, and it looks like team members able to jump on it, and if none of them got it, the splashdown definitely was going to. And the members of Death Roll are just back along this zone here, and we can see, like, Explo is not holding back either, like, wants to stay forward, wants to make sure none of them can go forward, because they know that this comp can do what PSU Blue can do, so they don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, they certainly do not. And Halley now finding the momentum here, the penalty now being gone. But you can see, again, Nico coming in with the triple splashdown. Man, it's triple splashdown after triple splashdown with this guy. I mean, every time we see, we're like, okay, Halley's got it. They got it in possession. But then that's the wipeout, because triple splashdown comes through and is like, actually, the zone actually belongs to Death Roll. Sorry about it. But with Halley now getting able to push forward here, like you said, I think the cooler was kind of called out there and maybe trying to be like, hey, okay, take the bait. Do you want to try to get this cooler or not? And Halley was like, all right, well then we're going to try to follow up here and see what we can do. But again, I feel that Death Roll is utilizing so many like bigger specials, like with the tri-strikes, the tri-splashdown, that they are really quick to take the zone back into their favor, whereas Halley is playing it a little bit slower. However, regardless of that, I mean, the points are pretty close here, Devvy.
Yeah, the points are pretty close. Like, both teams have their resources to push back in, and we still got 1:30 left in this game. Or not.
Okay, anyways.
The colors on the thing. 1 moment, please. Tech issues. Okay. Well, there was 1:30 left. That quickly went to, it didn't exist. Okay, let's try that again. It's like those it's like those improv games, right? Like when you're saying something and then it's just like, nope, next, and then you gotta do another line. Nope, next, you gotta do another line. Okay, no, just keep rolling with this, because it's a good one.
Do you remember that one time when we were watching the CCA Circuit finals and there was 1:30 left? I remember. Pepperidge Farms remembers.
I need more to jog my memory.
You're like, do you got any more?
It's been a while. I'm gonna be honest.
I need more information. It's a battle of the South, the great South, between University of Florida and the University of Texas at Dallas. Unfortunately, internet not being on our side though with either of them. We had a really contentious bout going on there with a little bit of time left and really close points at that. So it makes you wonder, like, with having such a close game like that, and now both teams have to like back away and be like, okay, we got to start over. Like, how is that going to go?
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out what fully happened here. But in the meantime, hey chat, type 2000 to enter a raffle.
2000.
Typing 2000, guys, if you haven't already, to enter a raffle.
Yeah, enter. You want to be in this raffle. You want to win stickers. Otherwise, like, me and Devvy are going to win all of them. So again, if you want me and Devvy to not win, then you should type in 2000 and decrease our chances of winning.
We have a good number of entries already, so, but, you know.
If you don't want the casters to win, type 2000.
I'll watch one of the casters win anyways.
Yeah. We call that plot armor, baby.
If that happens, we foreshadowed it on stream. You can clip that as evidence. Anyway.
Oh, look at your little squid pillow in the back. Hello, friend.
Yeah, a little squid pillow in the back. Fun fact, I was gonna try, since my walls are green, I was gonna try and green screen it and have my fancy little, I don't know if you could see my Discord banner, but it's just all of the several Miji mod T-posing of my Inkling. I was gonna put that in the background if I could properly green screen it, but the lighting is just still a little off and I couldn't get it set properly. I did make an attempt to do that, but it didn't work too well.
I was gonna say, I'm a big fan of your room color. Like, that's it. I mean, as a person that's like literally wearing your room color like on me right now.
I mean, I had no say to it. I've only been in here for about a month because I recently just moved, so I really have no space to set up my actual green screen. So I'm like, I wonder if I can just green screen the walls.
This wasn't green already planned. Like, my walls are white and I'm wearing green, and Devvy is wearing white, and her walls are green.
That is funny. I'm wearing my Team Wisdom shirt, and it's just...
It was planned. I swear. I'm not just telling you right now. Like, this was actually... Like, we did discuss this ahead of time.
I was gonna be like, hey, do you got your shades?
Yeah, the paint's still wet. Oh, do I? Wait, yes, I do.
Mine are not in this room with me. But I could, like, run and grab them, but I don't know how much time we have. They're literally, like, just out my door.
They're right there. I could tech deck for you guys. Whoa! Could do that as some entertainment. It's got an eagle on it. It says skateboards.
I've gotta get the shades. Hang on. I'm literally gonna be, like, 10 seconds.
Does anyone have any tips for how to do a tech deck? Like, are there fingers that are more advantageous to use, like your pointer and your ring finger? Like, because I feel like whenever I try to do it, like the grip, I don't know. It seems like when I watch other people, it's like they lift their fingers and it looks like when they lift it, like their thumb should be underneath it. You know what I mean? But then when people will just like jump, they can just do it.
So I don't know. Fact, the picture that I put for, like, you know how you have to give pictures for comms, right? The picture that I used was the one where I was commentating with you.
No way! From Riptide from 2 years ago? Oh,
no, I can't see. I've got like things on here, but you know. There we go. We got to bring back it with the shades because we did this the first time I commentated, and I'm always one like, okay, let's put a little bit of content on here. I'm like, do you have sunglasses? Let's wear sunglasses.
Yeah. Do you got shades? And I'm like, yeah, I do, and I got a tech deck.
There you go. I think the best I have is I've got a pirate slinky. I mean, probably the best thing I've got close by. But that's, you know, you gotta have the little bit of fidget things around here while we're just kind of going around waiting for the next setup to happen.
Okay, I did get confirmation from Nine. It is pointer and middle finger. But okay, but you need like I ain't good at this. I can't.
You're learning. You're buying time. Speaking of, what about the other groups going on right now that we have?
True.
For brackets as well. I'm just trying to look with my shades. I've got like a darker line in the middle, so I'm trying to read over. It looks like what is it? Big Fat Sea Cows 2-0'd Splatlanders in the bracket, so they're fighting. Big Fat Sea Cows are fighting UCSD Esports Gold, and they're currently 1-up over. And Old Bay Brigade beat USF Splatoon Gold, so they are waiting to fight PSU Blue.
And they're 1-1 right now, down below, so they're in a game 3.
Ooh,
yeah, they're in a game 3.
Hang on.
And Devvy, like,
I lied.
Sea Cows does not want to be in losers bracket. They do not want to be in losers bracket. They are 2-0ing their way through losers right now.
No, they have 2-0. Now that I have refreshed, it is 2-0 for Big Fat Sea Cows. So they are waiting for the winner of PSU Blue and Old Bay Brigade.
Which... Okay. So Big Fat Sea Cows lost to Death Roll earlier in the bracket. Mm-hmm. In a 3-2, mind you, a Game 5 decider. They lost to Death Roll, putting them in the losers bracket. But now they are 2-0ing their way through losers bracket, waiting for PSU Blue or Old Bay Brigade to show their faces and come to the fight. Which I think we're the opponent either way. Really, like, you can't really be too picky. Like, these are two really good teams that you can fight here down below, but we're still trying to figure out what's going on with Halley and Death Roll at the moment. But I'm curious to know maybe what's going on with the folks on the other streams potentially. It seems like maybe Goomies are up 1 against Yukon Siberian Squids, happening over on Splatoon Tourney 1. On Splatoon Tourney, however, you have Octos and Squids United Scarlet 1 game over Surging Sea.
We're back. I need to get the right glasses on. Hang on. There we go. We're back. They are doing so they are doing gentleman's agreement to replay, even though it was a host DC. So the score is still 0-0, and they are just redoing Splat Zone Smahi.
Okay, and same comps too, folks, so no changes to be had. There are 3 buckets, 3 different flavors of bucket on the screen. I'm now just making note of that, that's going down here. But the first throw is going to be had by Halley. However, Death Roll quickly there to follow up. Vessel trying to find an escape route, but Nico able to call them out and find them. Seeing a very similar story to what we saw last time.
It is a very similar story, yeah. It just got the same kind of control by Death Roll, just pushing them around in a corner. Both teams still have that utility. It depends. Like, now that they're doing a run-through, are any of them going to adapt to what they see in the first game, or is it going to end up kind of playing the same story? And right now, it kind of is.
Yeah, and I appreciate that Brioche is also biding their time and kind of waiting for a good opening here, but it seems to me that it's kind of difficult and challenging to find because Death Roll is just down to 20 unit points here with a lot of time remaining. They have a lot of specials online as well. They're going to immediately cancel those tri-strikes out and follow up with their own. That was a really big play for special stacking there. However, it's not going to be enough with the double going down in the corner. That's Halley taking the zone back in possession. A huge penalty on to Death Roll.
Even though it was there, like, the zone was taken back, it's just Death Roll's like, sure, you got it back, but we're just gonna keep holding it. Like, it was just kind of like, you know, nothing happened here, nothing to see here.
Yeah, and I think we're back to where we started here with Death Roll taking zone into their possession. Nitro's going to be launching that bubble there to maybe cause a little bit of protection. However, that is a target for the tri-strikes to come out. Bubble is completely obliterated there. However, Andrew able to cover it up and bring out the cooler as well. So, I mean, we are coolered up. We're ready to go in for fights. The team fight now being initiated. Vessel trying to find some sort of entry point to get themselves set up, but being called out by Nico every time. So now with the game being complete, that's Death Roll taking game number 1.
It just, there we go. We just kind of quickly went off, and it just as quickly as it started, and had the DC. It brought back faster than we had the time we had in between. Something to note before is Nico on the X-Blow. I don't know if you caught it in the corner, but the shot, I can't remember, and what oh, there we go, and watch this in the corner. I don't know if you saw that, Sapph, but Nico just shut down the Zuka in the corner. That could have been huge. Just Nico was there waiting, saw them in the corner, and the splashdown just came and was like, nope, you're not having Zuka here.
Brioche was like, I gotta go.
Yeah,
and like just went over to the left and like watched Anda go down in very cold paint, unfortunately. But look at this again, Nico being so close to Vessel, literally right next to them, within eye shot of them, and taking them down point blank. It seems to me that Nico's call out power has been very good here, and it didn't seem like Vessel really had much ground to stand on. They are putting a lot of paint down for sure. However, every time they would find themselves dropping into the middle section, they were immediately called out.
Yeah, just absolutely. Like, there's so much ledge control and just, you know, watching of like what target they want to go for, what resources they're going to use to shut down a threat. There's really good communication going on between these members, and just everyone is going around to it and just not letting our Halley set up.
Yeah, and I wonder too, from what we've been seeing, our Halley has not changed comps.
No, it's been the same, and the main thing is, you know, having some kind of lead to let Brioche kind of swoop in from the side and then take charge, but they are being able to stop that pretty quickly. So Death Roll's got a lot to put in between to make sure that the Carbon can't go in and get some damage done. But even said there, the members of Halley are still getting some things done, and Brioche can get something done, but it's just they can't stay alive for the rest to hold what is being done. Death Roll, even at a disadvantage, they're still like managing to hold some space and then take it back as soon as the member comes back right away. And it looks like our Halley's counterpick is going to be Rainmaker on Undertow. We haven't seen Undertow yet.
Have not seen Undertow yet. We almost made it out alive without seeing Undertow on the screen.
I mean, you do have some pretty good games on Undertow.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm not discounting that. But I do want to say, I think in terms of advantage, Mahi Zones was way more advantageous for Death Roll. And with Halley being on the counter pick scenario, I think that their comp is going to do and fare a lot better here. However, with Nico switching over to the blob again, that is going to be huge. Again, a lot of like tracking. I believe they are still wearing thermal ink. They have the rain as well. I think with how many obstacles and like we were saying, trigonometry and geometry on their side, we're going back to school here. 3 members going down on Halley.
Yeah, I was gonna make a note, like, I believe Halley counterpicked the Crab Rainmaker game that we witnessed earlier. But I was gonna say, for Undertow, like, it's cool seeing it, but that blob was gonna make an appearance, and it sure did. So now there is so much mid-control between the Blaster and the blob. Halley's actually going to really need those Zukas to pay off, and they did get a pick off here And it looks like they did get 2, so in this case, it did pay off, but we could see Andrew's just kind of in the way there, has to get out of it, doesn't get out of it. Andrew able to get, I think, got the 2 there, but then gets picked off by Brioche, but in return, just most of Halley's going down here with what's remaining on Death Roll that stays alive. So yeah, I think this map mode is going to they really are going to need to work for this and pick off the threats that are going to punish most of the weapons on Halley.
Yeah, that was a really good cancel from Brioche there. However, the special stacking from Death Roll, that was major. And Nitro, wow, what an escape there. I thought they were going to firework into the sky for sure. But they made it out barely alive there. But the special stacking with the rain, with the Trizuka the Tri-Strikes trying to paint the ground, and then the bubble coming out as well. I think Halley's got to be really mindful of how they are going to try to do that with taking the checkpoint. They got really, really close. Really awesome shutdown though right before it, and now Halley having the front foot once again, trying to initiate the team fight and maybe call the members of Death Roll out to get them to come forward a little bit more. However, I think you're so right that the blob is having such strong mid control that it's like Halley's like, we can't really move forward unless we get the blob out of there, and that's going to be the really big ticket item here, except you got to also watch for the other players because now Vessel is called out all by themselves.
The start of this push didn't go as they wanted. I don't know if you saw, Sapph, but it was Anda who used the shot, the Zuka first, and then Brioche followed up afterwards, and neither Zuka got a pick. So they just tried to work with something that they could make happen. And now Halley, though, still in the way here, but Andrew's just really holding this corner with dear life, and I think are finally going to get picked off. And they're just kind of getting stuck in this corner, but as we can see, Anda now getting rid of this blob, and they are taking advantage of getting rid of that big threat. And we see David's up here now too, picking off Nitro, and Andrew now finally picking off David, but Anda's still up in this corner and behind, but the Rainmaker is going to run. They have free space for checkpoint. Yeah, they have free run to checkpoint right now.
Yeah, and that was a really good timing event there because Brioche and David were both out of the game, and so they could not respawn fast enough to get in there and stop that. So that checkpoint for Death Roll is going to fall at the 60 mark. But quick response time from Halley. They have Rainmaker in their possession here, trying to see if they can go forward before the blob gets set up, and trying to take the fight out of the midsection there. But Andrew doing a really good job at maintaining their range as well. Like you said, holding onto the corner for dear life, and they're going to do just that again. But with the 2 of their teammates being down, and it's actually just Andrew in the fight now, and they've been called out because Brioche knows where they're at. And also providing a really good jumping point for folks to get set up on this left-hand side here. But again, shout out to Andrew just trying to hold it down in that corner.
It is a really good corner to take, and it's just kind of being a distraction where one person wants to go for it, but it looks like the rest of Halley realize, hey, we don't want to get the blob set up anymore, but yet Andrew could just kind of use this and dodge the little bit of like threat that's being put towards them to just keep maintaining that ramp because the Tri-Slosher owns that ramp.
Yeah, and I'm curious, too, with Nico being the one to pick up the Rainmaker here. They're feeling pretty confident that the midsection will be theirs and that they can be advantageous in it. However, a really unfortunate bomb taking Nico out of the process and preventing the Rainmaker from moving forward. This is a very back and forth thing. We've just kind of been in the neutral zone for a few minutes here because it seems as soon as each team gets remotely close to doing something, they get taken down. But again, Brioche is there to move forward, but Nitro launching the ball there.
I think the rain helped put in that fact too, but checkpoint's there. They did manage to get checkpoint. 2 members down. One jumped in towards the Rainmaker, and I think the bomb helps pick off the last member. And I'm like, this is such a risky jump going in and down, hoping the pop will happen and then go. But that came down to a last hurrah, but the game was mainly kind of put there from the moment of, hey, yeah, sure, there's still one person up here, but Rainmaker has a free run to checkpoint. We can just go.
Yeah, definitely. That came down to a 1-point game.
It did. It really did.
So it was just a 3-minute fight in mid, and then it was kind of like, well, if we pop checkpoint and just move it another inch, then we have the lead, but still the tri-strikes kind of not allowing Brioche a lot of space to work with. They couldn't really escape there. It allowed Anda to get on the checkpoint for just a second. But yeah, no, you're so right. David was trying to time that better to where they were like, okay, they have advantage for pop, but the timing just didn't quite work out for them. And so as soon as they landed, they were like, well, I got nothing left.
Yeah, and I gotta give solid MVP to Andrew with that game. Andrew did so many like spacing maneuvers and just holding that ramp and just making sure that no one could get up it and just staying alive and also like holding on to cooler. And you don't normally see like a tri-slosher like, you know, kind of like stay back or hold their thing there, but they know what their job is for this comp, and they will go and hold forward when they need to. They will stay back and kind of supportive. They'll get the coolers out. We saw a lot of Andrew that game, and you could see how they were moving and how they really did help keep that game there and just deny a path entirely along with the rest of the comp. So Andrew's movement there is definitely something that I gotta highlight.
Yeah, and I think it definitely deserves the highlight because they kept like throwing cooler there and then just holding on for dear life. Like I do not want to give this position away.
Yeah, and didn't just charge in and die either. Just like, you know, just waited and then went when they felt was necessary or did what they had to do. But we're already going into the next one. Clam Blitz on Umami is what was picked as the counter here.
No changes either. Halley is not making any changes. They feel really confident with this, and switching back over to that Explosher for Nico now, which we've already seen them use on this map previously in splat zones, but opting to use it for clams. But it's like you said, just having a lot of poking power and a lot of like inking power as well, because if they are to get into close combat into the basket area, that Explo shot is going to provide a lot of coverage and a lot of poking damage and really assist with the team fight. So assuming they can get it set up in the way that they want to, it could really work out. However, 2 members of Death Roll now are down, but that's 2 members of Halley down as well. So it just kind of seems like once you're 2 main aggressors, like we were saying, it's like a lot of it has been a really big setup for Brioche to get comfortable. But lately it kind of seems like a lot of help coming out from David as well. David and Anda really working together super well in that last game on Undertow. Hoping to see a little bit more of that here, but however, trying to fight Nitro is going to be a challenge because as Nitro's been proving time and time again, they've been really sticking with Blaster ever since they pulled it out the first time.
They have, and of course, as we're highlighting them goes down as the bubble's being set up. That's where we've seen a lot of where Nitro goes down is when they're setting up the bubble, but the bubble still has a huge impact of where it's placed, even if Nitro goes down. But in this case, in return, that is a delayed 3, I believe that has happened on Death Roll. So Halley is going to take that dome, but the Explo can reach it. You're not safe up there with the Explo where it is. But finally, David able to come up and pick up the Explo, is able to win against the shot too, is in a really dominant position right now. And again, we're still kind of delayed, but gets picked off by Andrew. Just kind of forgot that Andrew was nearby going for the clams.
But also there was, Devvy, if you look up on the dome, there was a clam behind David, and they did grab it. So, the clam formation, the ball formation was heavily delayed there. A really unfortunate misstep from David, allowing Andrew to come in and kind of just prevent that from doing anything else here. We're almost getting into 3 minutes in. Finally, we have a score with 2.5 minutes into the game, and it's going to be Halley. Although 2 members now make it 3, actually, getting taken down. So only a push down to the 68 mark, with David having to try to push back because Nitro is going to collapse in on them with Andrew. And still trying to build up economy here. There's 0 clams on the side of Halley, and we have 11 for the folks of Death Roll.
Yeah, something interesting here, though, that I'm noticing is, like, since the game started, Halley has done nothing but push and shove. And even if they have a disadvantage, they are still pushing and shoving. And it's been actually working out for them, funny enough. It's just, there's no delay. They're going at every opportunity given. You could see David just ran in there and got a score. The rest of them are further behind, but they're going to take every little bit that they have, and they're constantly shoving it through middle and just making sure that Death Roll can't maintain that middle, that they can't get control, but they're just not holding back. They're just going and going and going.
Yeah, and I appreciate Nitro's bubble here. It was kind of an offensive and defensive bubble at the same time, but you gotta watch out for Brioche, because Brioche is gonna come through. That was kind of a calling card for them. They're like, oh, that's where bubble is? Then that definitely means there's people there for me to go and eat. And there is now 4 members of delayed wipe on the side of Death Roll, so that is Halley continuing the push.
Brioche was now installed, trying to get that last pick. It did opt to go down. To stay alive is good, and we only have 13 points left on this basket.
And,
still going. No, we're not quite there yet. Very close. We got the 3 members down. The last member being Vessel on the backside of the map, just trying to maintain control. But Brioche just going around, just missed there, but is getting called out now. Is able to get a pick there, but Brioche is still lurking in the middle and is able to get a trade there to a middle. Vessel trying to follow up, and again, like I said, Halley is not having it anymore. They are just going to rush down at every given opportunity, but they have so much clam economy, so if they do anything is get 2 to 3 down and potentially like have this advantage point. Look at this clam economy that could enter the basket right now, Sapph.
Yeah, look at Andrew. Andrew taking Brioche out of the fight. They did not overextend themselves there. They waited. That is 3 power clams going into the basket with plenty more to follow.
Andrew.
It's only Andrew left alive, but that unfortunately is the wipeout. That was a huge mountain to climb for Death Roll, and they definitely put a huge chunk into the basket there to get something going. They do still have a power clam though, so that will take us into overtime, and Nico the Explo is holding on to that. But however, they have a really big obstacle here with how much paint power that Halley has, and there's no forward movement quite yet because there's already one getting taken down. That's B. They're looking in to try to come in from the side. The splashdown is going to provide some coverage, but the Trizuka is going to work harder, and that is Death Roll holding on to the space and taking it into a 3-0.
Oh no. We saw what happened last time this happened. Is Halley gonna do it too?
Oh, no, it's Halley. No, it's Halley.
Yeah. Halley took it on this one. Or Halley took it on this one. That's why we saw it on the last time. Yeah. We saw it last time on the last set. PSU was up 2 on Death Roll, and Death Roll took it back. Now Halley is picking it up here. And this map, again, this map mode that they countered, again, it was just all push and shove from them. So if they keep doing it on another map mode, if they keep doing this, is that still going to work against Death Roll? Or is Death Roll going to adapt to it just like they did with PSU?
Yeah, and oh my gosh, I wish I didn't misspeak there, because I was like, wait a minute. No, that was Halley. Halley got really solid pushes. However, Death Roll was trying to go from 100 to 0, and they
almost did. They had it set up so nice, but Halley stopped it and just left Andrew and got that wipe, and then they just couldn't get back. They did keep that pity though. They kept that pity, and they had it there, but got shut down by the specials that Halley had ready just towards the end there, and the Zuka really helped seal the deal at the end.
Yeah, it certainly did. And we're gonna go into tower control on Hagglefish, and that this is going to be Death Roll's pick. Devvy, their last counter pick that was really advantageous was Splat Zones on Haggle, so they're going back to Haggle, but they're gonna play tower control here. I don't know, Xplosher or Blob for Nico on this one?
I'd still say Explo.
I still say Explo? Okay.
I do think that has so much corner control, but again, we'll see what happens, because it could be either or, but I would say Explo, considering with how much space and around it can take, and the splashdown power of just getting underneath the ledges. But we'll see what they do pick here, because I could be wrong. No, it is the Explo. Yep.
Explo, yeah. Okay. And yeah, Nitro's still on the They have not changed on Blaster since they picked it. I think they just knew. They just knew. They were like, this is
their calling.
Yeah, this is correct. Okay. Wonderful. So, okay, opening statements being made. Cooler out in 15 seconds. Can we talk about that?
What else do you expect? That's mostly what people want. They'll try and get Cooler right away and then try to push in with it. In this case, you could see it's still kind of, like, even though with Cooler out there, it's still kind of a bit of a stalemate. And then the splashdown was ready. That's what they wanted. The splashdown was ready to just stomp on it afterwards.
Yeah, the splashdown was in tow, and ready for usage. However, that is Death Roll moving in onto the first checkpoint there with a really solid setup. However, it's like a game of chess. Oh, you're gonna set up bubble? Well, then I'm gonna try strike you. Oh, the Explod's there? I'm still gonna try strike you. Oh, you have Cooler? Well, that's you calling yourselves out, and I'm gonna take a double trade and feast on that one. However, it's not enough because Death Roll is going to topple the first check.
This is definitely one of Death Roll's strength. Like, they knew completely why they picked it and everything. Brioche here now contesting the tower, but Andrew is nearby to help stop it. Again, these buckets with their ledges just holding, and Death Roll just... Am I allowed to say that they're rolling with it? Because they are. Because...
Yeah, they are. And oh my gosh, Nico defending themselves really well against that suction bomb there. That's the wipeout occurring at the 5-point mark. Brioche is going to waste no time in pushing forward, and also have David following up with them on that bucket, and Vessel trying to help out with some paint coverage as well, trying to prevent Nico from getting set up. That is huge. You do not want the Expo getting set up when you are responding with the tower. It only moves at one pace though, folks, and so they have to really be biding their time. So with the Expo getting taken down, that's going to push them further back, but that leaves all the more room for the folks on Halley to push forward here. They do lose the shot, and they do end up losing Brioche, however. So a really good response time from Death Roll. The tri-strikes are going to come out to prevent Vessel from doing any more damage, and it is going to stop the tower. Only briefly, though, as Vessel is going to try to take us to the first check. They do want to take B out of the process, though, but Nitro is going to try to follow up and has a really good bubble placement there. But with Brioche also in tow, takes them out in the process. It's just a trade and firefight back and forth, but the tower is still remaining on the first check.
Vessel able to help secure that with the teammates going around, and even though it did look a little dire because they actually lost Anda before they lost Brioche in the first bit, but they came back pretty quickly and just back into play, and you'd almost be like nothing happened. Brioche staying alive, using the cover so that the splashdown couldn't get there, but we could see so much chip going down from the blaster and the Explo around this tower. And it looks like David got picked off on the side here. There is still Azuka ready from middle there, going from Anda. We've got 2 members on top here, being Nitro, 3 members up on top here, just waiting for this other side. Vessel goes over right into the Tri-Slosher's trap, and does get taken down, but Brioche trying to get ready, but does get denied by the Explo, and the Explo here just clearing out the area, trying to take a point, but there's still 2 down on the side of Death Roll, and we can see again, Halley, as soon as they go down, they're coming right back. They aren't going to give up this space. They want to push it to the end here now that they are going to try to stagger Death Roll.
Yeah, and I appreciate Vessel's momentum of trying to get themselves forward, also throwing that cooler onto the tower there. However, it is another call out for the Explosher to try to lob some shots over there, because now Vessel hasn't even been able to get close. They're just providing in jumps at this point. And Brioche is also trying to maintain control of the ledge, but again, not really having enough momentum to do that and push them forward. They have the Trizuka out, but unfortunate timing of it hitting the obstacles of the canopy on that right-hand side there. So not too much value to be had out of it. A trade going down between Vessel and Nitro, which, again, you want to try to not have a blaster near the tower as best as you possibly can. And unfortunate for Brioche, that could have been a really huge pick, but unfortunate that it was just a little too far away.
Brioche staying alive here and all of that was crazy. David here going down to the splashdown. And it looks like the Explo going down in return, though, and we see the Zuka coming around. Brioche trying to get up top here. Andrew trying to put a stop to that. Bombs are coming out on the side. This tower is still slowly moving. Cooler is out. Brioche does go down. It looks like Anda is opting to back out as more paint control is being put down on the ramp. And Death Roll, even though Halley is putting out so much pressure, are controlling these main key areas that they need to, even with one down.
Yeah, but still, look at Brioche and David trying to go forward there. Unfortunate for David. Oh my gosh, and a solid pick coming out from Nico to take Brioche out of the fight. We are in overtime, and Anda is the only one left to try to hold on to the tower. David also trying to help out, but it's not going to be quite enough. That is Death Roll, putting a stop to the potential reverse sweep and moving on to finals.
Wow.
Hey, yo!
Death Roll coming back in the last set, reverse sweeping, and now they are taking it home here with their counter pick. You can tell that they're ready with these counter picks as well. Like, as soon as they have it, they are showing the domination. And even though, like, Halley Halley putting up so much fight towards the end, like, you could see as soon as they had the opportunity, would just continue going forward and forward and forward and just keep going. But there was always either, like, Andrew was in the way. You could see the sloshes from the tri-slosher. You had the blaster up in the top corner. You had poke from every direction, which made it really hard for them to stay alive. And you could see, like, Halley was doing a crazy good job at dodging around all of it for most of this set. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough to keep them alive to be able to keep this push going. But they did have the attempt to it, and they held it as long as they possibly could.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, with David being in that corner and trying to take the fight with Nico, if they could just suspend Nico for just a little bit more to not allow the splashdown to, like, find value. You could tell they were like, oh no, like, I gotta go into this corner so they can't get me, but they were just barely within arm's reach of that splashdown and unfortunately met their demise there. But you could tell that David was trying to suspend Nico from the fight as much as possible because the tower was moving the entire time that Nico was, like, held back into the spawn. So as soon as the splashdown, and then also that was also call for Brioche to be like, I gotta get out of here. Like, I can't go up there and help David out. Like, it's too late for me to try to even find value to help David either. So, like, the splashdown kind of opening that up was a really big point for Death Roll to stop that push in its tracks.
Even so, Halley showing that they had, like, they're not done yet. They're still down in the other bracket, but they're not done yet. But even just getting here this far, they are putting up one heck of a fight. And to see what else they're going to bring in the other bracket, to see if they're going to make it back up. But they've got some tough competition that also want to try to make it back up. Like, who's going to come back and fight Death Roll? There's so many good contenders.
Right. And I think, so just another, like, little recap of the bracket. I'm hitting my refresh button right now. Big Fat Sea Cows was literally 2-0ing their way through losers. And they are still doing that because they are going to take a chance at fighting Halley down in the loser side of things. And I don't think, they haven't seen Halley yet at all today. So this will be the first time that they do, but they have, again, still 2-0'd their way through the bracket. They 2-0'd round 1, 2-0'd round 2, 2-0'd round 3 against Old Bay Brigade. Now getting a chance to fight with Halley. Death Roll is going to be sitting pretty in the grand final slot until we can find the contender down below here. Could it be Halley again? Could they get another redemption shot? Or is Big Fat Sea Cows going to be like, no way, Jose, I'm making my way uptown, I guess, to go back into the winner's side of things. But I mean, Nine and Austy are going to be the ones to talk to you about that in a little bit. So Devvy, it was a pleasure as always to get to chit chat with you. I just love it so much, and I appreciate you and look up to you. But on the socials, if you want to be found, where are you?
You can find me pretty much on most platforms with just at Devvy, although my Twitch has an underscore in between it, and I can't change it, so underscore on the Twitch one, but otherwise everything else is the same. Pretty plain and simple. That's mainly where you can find me. And Sapph, I know you don't want to be found, but if people have to find you...
If you have to, you can look on B-Sky, you can look on the other one that we don't really talk about anymore. You can find me in the woods. You can find me out in the ocean doing stuff. You can find me cooking some really, really good soup tonight that I'm going to make for dinner. You can also find me at Trader Joe's going grocery shopping today. There's quite a few places you could probably find me and see me. But otherwise, don't find me. I'm okay. But listen, you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. We have Austy and Nine closing out Division 1 for you, and they are both such a hoot.
2000 in the chat.
Don't forget to type 2000. But those two are an absolute hoot and really fun to listen to. So don't go anywhere. We have Big Fat Sea Cows and Halley returning to the screen on the losers finals. So don't go anywhere. This is the CCA Circuit Division 1. We'll see you.
What are you waiting for? Said perfectly at the end of that lovely little ad spot. I know what you're not going to be waiting on much longer. That is Losers Finals here at the CCA Circuit Finals. Welcome in, everybody. You've gotten to see a lot of wonderful sets here in Division 1, and we have just a couple more for you that are sure to bring the heat. My name is NineWholeGrains, cosplaying every professor that I had in college because I don't have any of my collegiate gear. And Austy, it may have been a little minute since you and I were in college anyway, so...
I just graduated like 2 years ago,
Oh, yeah?
So I'm fresh out of college in my young 20s, just like you. So we're out here casting some great Splatoon action. Like you said, Losers Finals is going to be the name of the game today. Also, I'm also cosplaying as my professors, just the wacky mathematicians that just came in like 20 minutes late, had a burger ready to go, started eating in class, puts a YouTube video up there about math or something, and just goes on his day. You know how it is. We got the vibes here.
Yeah, I've never taken a math class in my life, so I actually don't know the vibes, but I get what you're saying. You kind of look like a philosophy teacher, too. All right, folks, VCU Big Fat Sea Cows versus Ark Halley. We had to clarify here, but it is Ark Halley. We have Virginia Commonwealth University repping, I guess we could call that the North. I don't know. Virginia's pretty big, up against the University of Texas at Dallas. Austy, it's a best of 5 here, and of course we're going to be starting out on Splat Zone's Hagglefish, one of the most played map mode combinations in the entirety of Splatoon 3.
Honestly, it makes me a little bit shocked because I always thought it was going to be like Mako Mart that was going to be like the one at the top. But like you said, Splat Zone's always the game mode that everyone's most familiar with, whether you're a competitor or a viewer, spectator, what have you, because it's the most basic mode, bro. You run in there, you hold the point, you take the point from the enemy, rinse and repeat, and that's what makes it so addicting and fun. It's just the one singular objective, sometimes two, and we're going to jump right into it, 9, for game number 1.
Here we go, folks. It is a best of 5. Hopefully, we're here for a long time. On one side, you've got Minnie, who's going to be piloting the Snipe Rider 5H. Of course, if you've got one, you bring it to this map. On the other side, Vessel going to be supplying the Tacticoolers for the members of Ark Halley here. Oftentimes, Austy, when you see these opening scrums here, these teams are content to give up a couple points because they're looking to take 2 or 3 of their opponents out, take a dive right there, and it appears that Brioche is the forefront member.
I'm actually loving that flank right there from Brioche, using the roller to be underneath the ledge and just shooting from up above just to get 2 quick snipes to give themselves ample opportunity for the teammates to get in there and take home that zone. Now you're seeing them push into the enemy zone right now, 70 points remaining on the board, and throwing out all the specials galore to apply even more pressure.
Yeah, Havoc just barely getting caught by the end of that triple ink strike right there. Already this is starting to get a little dangerous there. You see Lil David with that slosher working up, then backing up just a little bit too late. I wondered when the rotation was going to come and collect. But this is starting to get a little dangerous here. That's another one going down. Brioche still getting it. Austy, I believe that was 3 who went down. The last one's probably going back. It is Havoc who's going to try to wait for everyone else, but they get taken down as well. This is spiraling out of control. 20 ticks left.
All you need to do is just take the zone one more time. That's some penalty points. That's 3 down yet again. Ark Halley is playing out of their mind. That is everyone down. There's only 1 player left to go. They're jumping in. 1v4, not going to happen. There's the wipeout, and the game is already over in like 30 seconds on the clock. We were talking about how this game mode is all about the back and forth going, okay, I take the zone. Now you take the zone. It was just one time. Ark Halley taking the zone at the very beginning to secure themselves a dominating lead in this race to 3.
Yeah, kind of incredible how quickly that went. We made the joke earlier, yeah, it goes back and forth, or yeah, we want to be here for a long time. Well, we weren't there for a long time or a good time. If you're the Big Fat Sea Cows, they were the one that made the losers run, Austy. Normally, when we see this, and you and I have gone through many a bracket in our day, the team that makes the big losers run usually comes into the losers final set nice and hot. They're up against a team that just lost. But clearly they're on another level right now. You look at this and you're like, wait, how did you lose? Who knocked you into losers? And if you're the Big Fat Sea Cows, you hope that you just needed a moment to kind of get the system shocked and you're going to adapt as time goes on.
It's just like my philosophy professor told me, you just chill out, relax. You don't have to be in the hot seat. Keep your cool and the victories will come towards you. Sometimes those victories ended up being like an F in the class, but sometimes ended up being an A+ because you just kind of winged it and you got it. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
Well, if there's a plus that you can take away from that, if you are the big fat sea cows, it's that now you're into the counterpick side of things, and yeah, that was pretty bad. But you're on the counterpick side of things, so at the very least, you're going to get to decide where you're going to take the next fight as well. The one tricky part is that Halley has shown, at least in the sets that we saw on stream earlier of them, a good bit of versatility. They play very fast comps. Typically, they can shift over to maybe somebody else who is on that tacticooler, just depending on who they want to attack. But that means that pretty much whatever the map or mode is, you can at least bank on the fact that you'll be faster than your opponent, especially if your opponent is one that's kind of built up around that pen, building up the tacticooler, get the set play, and then kind of expose the opponent if they're mispositioned. But it's hard to be out of position when you're that much faster than your opponent.
It felt like there was no time for you to like get into a correct position once those first two splats happened at the very beginning. Like you said, we talked about it and we saw the POV. Brioche ran right into the beginning of the map, got 2 picks, and then just kind of like snowballed into a victory. They weren't able to recuperate and regroup all 4 of their players at the same time to be able to get that vantage point. So maybe it was just off to a bad start. So like you said, maybe this will allow for them to be able to get something different going here, something new, maybe a little bit more fast play. Maybe they can get the advantage and take over a hold of the Rainmaker first. We'll just have to wait and see what they're going to bring towards the table, because we got ourselves a brand new mode, like you said.
Yeah, Rainmaker, admittedly not the one that I thought we would see. Rainmaker has sort of fallen out of favor, especially the higher up you go in the Splatoon rankings here. The top players typically these days kind of pushing this mode aside, but we've seen it a lot today, so maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. And Austy, this is one mode, maybe of all the modes, where if your opponent slightly overextends, you can punish them in a big, big way. Of course, we know in splat zones it's a fixed timer, the tower doesn't move any faster, and you got to swim a long way with an awful lot of resources to get the big scoring clamblets. But in Rainmaker, that's not necessarily the case, and we actually saw a game earlier on stream where the push suddenly opened the way for a counter push that ended up winning the game. So again, Scorch Gorge being a giant map, one of the biggest in the game, will alleviate some of that pressure, but certainly if you feel like you need one good opening and that's what your comp is built to do, this is where you go.
And you need to have it twice, right? You got to break open that first checkpoint at the very beginning and then try to steamroll that into a second one. So we're not going to see that same opening as the last time where they just take it and be able to keep pushing it, right? They're always going to have at least a guaranteed second chance to regroup to see how it's going to be able to shake things up. And let's shake the competition now with game number 2 here at the CCA Losers Finals.
Here we are, taking a look at the comps rolling out. Not a lot of changes here, I think, on either side. Really, the big change is Havoc going off of that sloshing machine instead over to the slosher. But these are pretty standard comps, I would say, for both sides here. If you're not going to run a backline, of course, you're going to run NZap. So I guess these teams are maybe going to sit up here, build up that very first cooler. I'm really surprised at how much the big fat sea cows are waiting back on their side of the map, Austy. Nobody dropped there at the beginning. They're waiting for their specials to try to break through instead.
Trying to play a little bit more passive gameplay, building up the specials to open them up. And unfortunately, going to get called out in the first pick there by Vessel here. Now we're going to see him pick up the Rainmaker, start to make that first initial push right towards that checkpoint, trying to find that next opening. They might just be able to dash. There's so much blue in front of them. They can usually go for it with a little bit of coverage too with that Ink Storm. Going to make them break that first checkpoint. And now we're seeing big fat sea cows able to just stop that push right afterwards and try to get some leverage here. They're going to try to reset it back here towards the center of the map.
I mean, you said the word passive earlier, and I've always argued that whatever your game plan is in Splatoon, it cannot be passive there. Losing your first checkpoint less than a minute into the game completely changes the dynamic of it on the defense. I suppose they'll worry about that later. Right now, they managed to pick out a couple players. A very risky jump by Little David there, who I think managed to get away, but all of that room they gave up allows Wyatt and the rest of the crew to go up. They're just not able to close the deal on a couple of those. Austy, they did everything right and then couldn't find the splats at the end of it here. A golden opportunity just narrowly missed.
Like, on paper, that was the correct play to do, right? Getting onto the right positions, being the right spots. But if you don't have the tech skill to be able to get the kills and get the splats that you're looking for, it's not going to lead to anything meaningful. And that's exactly what's going to happen right now from Halley to Vessel. With the Rainmaker, going to try to open this up as Beers is going to go for a special himself. Gets caught off guard in the mid-special. This is going to be a huge comeback coming out from Big Fat Sea Cows. Let's see if they can try to turn this around.
Great work there, taking another one out here. This is the spot on this map that you have to try to defend. Vessel does get through, and as soon as you get down that ramp, points start to fly. Already down to 38, and you saw the horrible, horrible situation that poor Minnie had to try to deal with there. As soon as it goes below that grading, this Snipe Rider's not going to be able to hit those shots. And again, now all the pressure is still on. There's 4 players up for the members of AustyLaVista. They are not done yet. Sylph actually tried to go over to that side and maybe take a different angle, but Brioche was the one player who was pushed up there. More than happy to gobble up with that weapon. Still another one going down, Austy. I am stunned at how patient they are on this attack. Yes, it's aggressive, but nobody is putting themselves in too bad of a position.
Yeah, if anything, we just see AustyLaVista going for a lot of brute force action going on, just trying to like force it through a little bit, couple more inches, a couple more points, just using the specials in their arsenal. But now we got Big Fat Sea Cows picking it right back up to try to push it over to the other side of things. Last time we saw this push come out, AustyLaVista stopped it in its tracks. So this time we'll see if we can try to get this victory. You see him almost going for his potential snipe here. Brioche going in super deep with the rollers, forced to back off because of the special. Gonna go for a roundabout way, losing position for just a second. Chargers got their sights on him, still being able to survive. His vessel's going to jump right back in there. Manages to find the mark against the Rainmaker. Going to reset it back on the middle. But got a mallet coming in from Lux. Goes for a trade. 2-for-1 special going in favor of Big Fat Sea Cows.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard anybody call Ultra Stamp the mallet here. We gotta workshop that a little bit too. But I mean, that's just your Rainmaker scuffle right there. Everyone waiting on one side, throwing bombs, trying to do a little bit of chip damage. Where's everyone? Who is flanking? Who is going around? And all the while, the Rainmaker's just like, hey, I'm heading back to mid here. We'll chat later, I suppose. Wyatt also saying, hey, we'll chat later. I'm getting way out of here. It's time for us to start to defend. And I want to call out, we keep mentioning Brioche, who unfortunately goes down as soon as I try to draw attention there, but there's something to be said for a weapon that doesn't need to pick up the Tacticooler to really do its job, right? If there's one weakness to the Tacticooler that we've seen a lot today, it can be so difficult to bunch up around it and it can slow you down. When one weapon can dive forward there, that's not as big of an issue. You see right here, 3 have to go back to grab that Tacticooler. I think that's going to allow AustyLaVista to at least get into a better position there. And sure enough, look at that. All of that time, instead of going forward, Austy, they set back, grabbed it. All of them went down almost immediately because they were bunched up. Just again, these small misplays being taken advantage of.
Exactly. It's going to reset the entire situation over time. This is the last chance that Big Fat Sea Cows have at being able to try to put this Rainmaker back onto the shelf, right? 35 seconds here on the clock. Notice that they're going to be able to go for the pop. A lot of orange not picking it up just yet. Want to go for a pick. That's going to be huge. Getting that charger pick from that long distance. Going to give them ample amount of opportunity to go for a 4v3 right now. They got to push, and they got to push now before they get regrouped, and they're already there. Look at that. They respond so fast in this game. Wyatt trying to find some measure, going to back off in the process, wants to get away from all the action as they're going to try to go over from the right side. Oh, the stamp not gonna be able to get its mag. Oh, that's it. I'm getting me mallet. It's not coming out. Mini has the Rainmaker one last time, trying to shoot off left and right. We're about to enter into overtime. We're waiting for teammates to be able to jump right back into the thick of things. We're gonna try one final push.
Yep, and that final push is going to have to get to that first pedestal, then break it again, then get a whole lot more points. You're asking a lot here. 2 frontliners going right down. Almost a formality at this point. Lil David trying to end it right there. Everyone else trying to follow up here. Be careful here. Okay, yeah, I was going to say... That poor Rainmaker had already taken a lot of its timer. It was going to have to reach the checkpoint, then get popped. Everything was going to have to go perfectly. And frankly, AustyLaVista was going to have to roll over and let it happen at that point. They were not interested in such a thing. Another pretty comfortable victory, Austy. I know at the end there was some fun, but you got the sense that AustyLaVista was never really in danger of giving up that big push. They are so sharp right now in their fights.
Their defense is very, incredible to look at, right? They're in the back lines, they're taking the high grounds, using the chargers to their advantage to be able to try to get snipes from a distance, and as well as just, holding that first checkpoint for so long. They never even got it, right? I actually don't remember. They never broke it.
Nope, they never did. And again, that's how everything changes at the first push in Rainmaker here. How quickly that first checkpoint fell when AustyLaVista won that original fight. And, we kind of go back to maybe the Big Fat Sea Cows playing a little too passive there at the start. Look at how much it changed AustyLaVista's game plan going forward, right? Once they got to that other position, they could mount a long-term attack. They kind of melted almost 2 minutes off the clock on their own pushes, much less on the defensive side. And, that is the tricky part about that map, especially when you have a number of weapons that have lethal sub-weapons, the splat bomb, the suction bomb. You can kind of just toss those over, and as all of that's going through, you throw a special, you sneak your carbon roller forward. It's asking a lot. And, the one, again, we kind of noted this a couple of times, kind of the independent variable in all this as we talk about strategy and composition is closing the deal on some of these fights. And that's the other nice thing about that carbon roller from Brioche, Austy. If it hits you from up close, I mean, that's it. It's a trapdoor spider. You don't have to hit more than once.
It's not even like the hard-hitting roller too, right? It's a more faster, aggressive one, allows you a little bit more movement. You're still able to find those picks. Looks like, okay, you know what? We tried Rainmaker. What if we take it back to splat zones? What if we try it again, but this time we don't just we regroup correctly this time, try to build some special and break through that defensive. We can't allow the game number one to like rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting map to go to as well. This is a map that I think I've seen more in the last 2 days than I have in like the last year. Splat zones on Mahi. Not because it's bad necessarily, but this is a splat zones map where, again, if you are not prepared to at least make sure you have your own plat, your own side of the map, not give that up, this can just get ugly in a hurry. And yes, we're going to have some specials here, probably some triple ink strikes to try to stall some portions of this zone out, but this can get ugly in a hurry. And with the way that the Hagglefish game went, I guess this is one where you say, hey, we feel like we're best at splat zones. It doesn't really matter what our opponent's good at. This is the best that we have to offer here. They have one more chance here. Again, if you are a fan of Virginia Commonwealth University, this is it. You only have one more chance to make this through. You've got to find some answers quickly. Not a ton of changes here, but keep in mind, Fox over there has switched over to the Splash-O-Matic, the crab tank, as we know in Splatoon 3, exceptionally powerful.
Very evil map, by the way. The fact that like they make a map based purely around water, and you can fall so easily with all the corners everywhere. Something you got to be like aware of in the map. But right now, you're gonna see Big Fast CCA is actually taking that first push, right? Just going overall into ink power. Has some soda as well to be able to get them back in control to get some faster ink control. Gonna get that first pick on top of it. Fox on point right now, getting splat after splat. Hold on a second, that's 3.
Excellent work. And, you know, the one criticism that we've had of VCU for all of this is that at the beginning they've played a little passive, and those fights have sort of changed the entire dynamic of the game. This time, they get much more up and in it. They are going to score a few points. All the while, though, of course, Halley, you know, is going to find ways to win these fights if you give them too many opportunities. The lead will shift over here, but VCU should have an opportunity to push back in. They've got enough specials, and they're tacticoolered.
Right, and they also had the crab there for just a second. Now we're throwing in another Booyah Bomb just to cover some more painting control, just to be able to get it right back. Not being able to find the splats, going to get some trades in the process. White's still hanging in there. The second they let the special rip, it's a little bit too late, but Brioche is right on top of you with the roller, getting a double for your troubles, trying to get away, but we got a retaliation trade yet again happening in favor of Halley. Look at them. They're in control one more time.
Unbelievable. Again, that may have actually been a delayed quad. I'm going to have to go back and look at the tape there from Brioche, but that's exactly what I'm talking about, Austy. Two different players were shooting at Brioche, and in the end, not only do they not get Brioche, they both go down. The carbon roller starts to get hot, moves forward, and clears things out. Now they are in the way back foot when it comes to specials, and it seems like they're going to have to use this crab tank just to find one player. They do, and they've taken them out. Halley may have given them a real opportunity by being a little bit too aggressive. So again, give them credit here for holding things down. Now, where do you move now that you've taken a couple out here? There's somebody here on the right. Somebody else is trying to chase you down if you are Fox. Have to stay alive at this point. You're not going to get too many more opportunities with the way Halley's been playing.
Especially because they burned some specials in the process, right? Now be able to get for the next fight. We got some trades yet again. They just keep going back and forth, and no one is valuing their own life as they just dive into these 1v1 fights. Vessel holding onto the high ground yet again, putting the shield and the soda right there in the middle screen for everyone to be able to pick, be able to get those fast respawns, some more ink in the process. Vessel keeping it cool, trying to mix up where they're going to be able to go. Accidentally overshoots it, gets called out. Going to give Fox ample opportunity not only to get a pick, but also bust out the special crab, be able to push them back. And yet again, this is exactly the type of game one that I was talking about earlier that it should be like. It's a gigantic tug-and-war match.
Yeah, and I really think that this crab tank and everything that Splash-O-Matic is bringing has been kind of the changing factor here. It's so good at kind of filling in gaps when your team is trying to attack, both with the burst bomb and the main weapon. Of course, there is no gap when the opponent is simply hitting you with Trizuka shots there. Havoc trying to close it out and does get a shot. But yeah, I was looking at the top of the screen there. Eventually, when everybody else goes down, one firefight isn't going to matter that much. Now, they've kept this one close, Austy. If they manage to get a nice batch of specials here, and it appears that they're already tacticoolered up, they should have another chance to flip this and take a couple players out. That's Brioche out of the way, and another one here. There's the opportunity.
Okay, got a 3v1 opportunity here for them to be able to take the point, push it right on back. And now Havoc playing a little bit aggressive, not getting too over their head, right? Wants to be able to try to get some more ink, apply some pressure to the opponent so they can't just push up willy-nilly. Throwing us some more ink in the process, has to get away from those bombs. You're taking a little bit of damage in the process, but we got a Booyah Bomb ready to rock. We can throw that any time. Probably gonna go back and pick up the soda just in case. Oh, now we got some specials coming your way. Booyah Bomb time! Throws it right on the point just to help them regain that control, but it wasn't enough. And now Halley getting a pick and a second one on top of that. Still not enough to get the zone in control.
Unbelievable there. They did not have the lead. It was stopped at the exact right time, but Havoc managed to survive that entire time. The sloshing machine is not the weapon that you want holding the zone at that time, but it was just enough. It's just Brioche who's going to try to go for all 4 of them, but no, it's a wipeout. Just a few ticks left. It should probably be a formality. 3, 2, 1, and VCU is not done yet.
VCU coming right back in there, getting the first game of the set happening in their court finally. However, this is a race to 3. They have to do that 2 more times. And on top of that, they have now lost counter pick advantage for the rest of the set. What do you think is going to be going through their heads now that they finally got that victory for the first time?
It's about time.
Jeez.
No, listen, like, this is a team that in the qualification kind of rounds to get to here, right? They're placing first, they're placing second here, and that's pretty much it if I'm reading these wonderful spreadsheets correctly here, which means that they're a team that has beaten teams of this caliber, other Division 1 teams, and expect to win. And sometimes if you're a team who knows you're capable of this and it just hasn't gone your way in games 1 and 2, that can sometimes be the feeling of like, okay, finally, like, we got this here. Can we like start playing the game now at the level that we're used to playing it? And I again want to kind of harken back to something I said earlier, which is that both of the openings of games 1 and 2 went so poorly for them that they probably felt like they didn't actually get to play the game on even footing. Of course, the first game didn't last long enough for them to find their footing, but that second game especially, they lost that first checkpoint in Rainmaker so quickly that they really didn't even have the chance to prove that they could keep pace. Now we're moving over to Clam Blitz, and this is another, I won't say an interesting map necessarily, because this is one of the more commonly played Clam Blitz maps, but what I will say is this is a map where once you get the opening, the kind of geography of the map allows you to get set up and really hurt the opponents as they're trying to come back out of their spawn. So I think for Halley, they've said, okay, once the firefights really start, there's a bit of chaos, we can sneak Brioche through, we can get our fights that way, and that's how we're going to score big points. So you kind of noted earlier, Austy, you're going to have to play in your opponent's counter picks twice, and this is a pretty big shift from how the set has gone thus far.
And it's one of my favorite shifts, too, on top of that. I love me some Clam Blitz, bro. Imagine if they took a shooter like Splatoon and they added in basketball mechanics. Imagine if you had the dribble. Imagine you build the power clam and you have to dribble it. That would be like you have to push a button in sync the whole time you're playing the game. Could you imagine?
Come
on, it'd be sick.
I can imagine it not being very fun is probably the best way to put it here. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. What if we had the NBA Jam commentator just in the background of only that mode?
Oh, he's on fire!
He's heating up. Puts up a brick. Rejected.
Goaltending. I always got that one, bro. I always tried to goaltend the entire time, and I was like, dude, come on. Let me just play the game. Trying to play some defense over here. Let's jump into game 4, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it here because Fox has completely changed. Every compliment that I gave the last weapon that they were playing with that Splash-O-Matic and the Crab Tank, we're now going over to what is apparently the most popular weapon of this weekend, which is going to be the custom Explosher here. It's actually done some real damage on this map in particular in yesterday's event that I got to commentate too. At this point, most of you probably know what the Explosher can do. It's going to lob these big hitboxes that are going to try to get chip damage on their opponents, but it also has a nice special that you can use to kind of break up pressure from the opponent or keep your own pressure going in the triple splashdown. Now, the one reason I'm a little confused by it now is because this is not a fast comp that they are playing right now. You have a bucket, you have an Explo, and you have a pen. I mean, I guess if you can chip damage your opponents down, it works, and if it gets into a good position, it'll be very strong and difficult to deal with, but you're asking an awful lot against what's been a very fast comp from Halley.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Bag Fast Sea Cows is looking for, right? Getting those picks, being able to pick up some little crabs there. Not crabs, I'm sorry. My God, I'm losing my mind. The clams all over the place. Trying to build up 8 in total, be able to build that power clam, be able to get back there into the finisher. Mini's got one on site, which is going to make them completely exposed to the enemy map. They know exactly where they are at all times, which is why they're chilling in the backline. And speaking of backline, we got someone coming from it with a flank, and Awesome finding that pick. Huge pick, be able to get some clams in the process.
Yeah, no, that just saved them, like, entirely there. They would be scoring right now, and the points might still be coming off the clock if that flank hadn't happened when it did. Nobody else was there, went after the clam carrier, and was able to get one more in the process here. Mini finally deciding to just frontline with a backline weapon here. Listen, this pencil can do pretty much anything it wants here, but you know, and I think they're kind of starting to get the sense, Austy, that Arcaley's going to come to them eventually, right? They are fighting. It's what their kit is made to do. It's really all that they can do. They have a couple range specials, but you never want lobbing those to be the only way that you can attack. They've kind of picked out where Brioche is, at least from a general perspective here. Yeah, go ahead, hit once. Surely you can take them down at this stage. They have. Austy, they've done just about everything except for score here, and it's been 2 minutes.
They've finally caught on the guard to Brioche's game plan, right? Just chilling down below, trying to go for some flanks, being able to get that on top. We got a power clamp ready to go. Here's Wack, gonna go for it. He's on fire! That's gonna be able to put the points in there. 20 points out the gate, gonna give them a little bit of a lead. Let's see, they try to get some mileage out of it. Fox has no clams in their bucket. Getting some picks, though. Hold on, almost gets a second one. Wasn't able to get back into the front lines and try to pick up a clam, trying to put another point in there. That's only gonna be 2 additional clams on there, but I think that is definitely worthwhile. Unfortunately, Arcaley's gonna get that pity clam.
Yep, and I think that actually would have been another takedown for Fox if they hadn't run out of ink there. That's the Explosher's worst nightmares. You've hit somebody a couple times, one more shot will do it, and you just run out of ink. A triple ink strike going to force the members of VCU back, but I think they kind of figured out where the attack is coming from. Lil David barely escaping there, and actually does get taken down on the other side. That's going to open the door. Now, I will say Arcaley is tacticalered up here, so they're probably going to cycle another round of specials before they make their dive in. Here they come. That is double, triple ink strike. Count them, 6 going down. Nobody going down, though. The Trizuka coming out. Aussie, that was 3 specials. They didn't take out anybody from the big fat sea cows.
A lot of wasted specials on there. It's going to put them in a very good spot for Big Fat Sea Cows to be able to make this push. That's 3 down on top of that. But hold on a second. Brioche is doing a one-man army all of a sudden. That's 2 down with the Slurl. That's 3 down by themselves. Managed to get them all out. And that's going to be a wipeout. What in the world, Nine?
It's a carbon roller against 2 backliners. I don't know what you want from this. Brioche now is able to swim up in all that room that was created there. They're going to get a jump in with that. Go ahead, one more claim to take the lead. Lil David will do just that. And now things are starting to go from bad to worse here. This is where double backline really hurts. How do you work your way back into this position? Vessel now comes and swims up. Wyatt desperately needs to find Vessel and does. They take out another one, and Awesome is going to come in, try to score another one, but will go down in the process. That's a delayed wipe. I will say they may have stuck around a little bit too long there. VCU is going to get up into an aggressive position as a result, but who else, Austy? Brioche breaking things open at the most important time.
They're going to be craving some French toast with that opening. Now his way out. It's going to come right back in with 6 additional clams. Unfortunately, going to fall down in the process. David chilling in the backline yet again. Getting some picks here and there. Finds another one on Mini. That's going to be huge. That's a backliner down in the process. Has a special ready to go. Going to let that rip immediately just to get himself some cover fire. Be able to get their teammates away from danger, as now there's some more clams. Doesn't want to push it in too late. There is going to be some soda here on the table for everyone just in case we do get exploded on. But right now, there is 20 seconds left to do it. It's up for them to show them their real power now.
Yep, and worth noting here, 2 power clams won't be enough to take this out. They need just a little bit more, I think so. Actually, maybe I shouldn't try to do math. I said I didn't take a math class here, and that may be proving true. But they're in a pretty good position here. They're going to have to wait out 2 specials here. Brioche is going to be sitting on that, well, not sitting on it much longer there. That Trizuka manages to escape. Havoc actually takes out Brioche. That's the big Vanguard that gets taken out. They even see where And Awesome was. It's just Lil David up at the top side. They're going to swim forward there and score. Havoc has enough clams here. Oh my goodness, Austy, if they jump in one more power clam, they'll win 2-1. They take it! Unbelievable. VCU not done yet. And Havoc, the MVP at the very end of the game, takes out enough players, gets rid of Brioche in the middle of a Trizuka, faces it down. We're getting our game 5. We were here for a long time and a good time.
There's just no way! At the buzzer, overtime with everything, managed to get it in there, get the victory, get the power clip at the end. And all it took was to take down the demon Brioche, right? Brioche doing the 4v1 earlier, managed to find a victory, but then when Brioche gets taken down, all of a sudden that was all they needed to be able to push that forward all the way to the end, break it open at the very last second. Look at this dude. There was a 30-point difference, so not only did they have to break open that clam, 13 penalty points on top of that, they had to get another penalty clam on top of that, be able to find themselves that victory. Right, there's that big push taking down Vessel in the process too. At that point, it was just pretty much over. Even Brioche trying to get in position, but it was just too late. David was already there, be able to try to find the mark, and that's going to be game number 4. Game 5, losers finals. What looked like it might have been a 3-0 shutout. Now we're in our final game. Who is sweating right now? Because I certainly am. I'm sure the players are sweating out of their minds at this point.
Well, yeah, thankfully where I'm at right now, it's really cold, so I'm not sweating here. Pretty nice in that respect. But Austy, you did bring up something like kind of nice that I sort of want to, I kind of harp on as well. Like, there was some sort of justice in the fact that VCU ended up winning that. They were the team that made the big comp shift to react to their opponent's counter pick. I questioned it before. They were controlling the pace of the game, and then one big opening from Brioche, they kind of lose the lead. At the end, they're like, no, we've been doing everything right for the majority of this game. We deserve this win, and they were able to take it out, and I kind of said earlier that normally it's the team that's run up from loser's side, loser's bracket, that plays a little hot. Then I made the comment like, wow, I guess they need a moment to get warm or something here. They're not playing as hot. Maybe they just needed 2 losses to kick themselves up and into gear, high gear even. But now Halley, this is rough there. You lost on your own counter pick. It was Clam Blitz. You know now that the opponent is willing to make a big shift in their comp to go against you if you go back to Clam Blitz. I wonder what they think at this point.
Bro, it's waiting till the last second to be able to get those game wins, dude. It's just like my senior thesis. You do it at the very last second before you're turning it in to get that A+, but it's still an A+, even if you had 2 sleepless nights in the process. And that's exactly how this team is looking to shape up things.
Yeah, I feel like there were 3 lies in that sentence. We won't delve into it there, but there's some pieces of that. I'm not entirely sure that you didn't. Yeah, okay.
No.
All right, we're going to Scorch Gorge, and we're sticking with Clam Blitz right now, Austy. Apparently, they heard you were on the cast here because they are riding Clam Blitz into the sunset.
Oh, they're on fire still. Here we go. Like you said, into the sunset indeed with one more chance at Clam Blitz. No show coming out from tower control or even trying to attempt to go back towards Rainmaker, the game that they won on pretty decidedly.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if... I'm not entirely sure here. Anytime that you have a counter pick here, it becomes the back and forth of, well, okay, hold on a minute. That might not be the counter pick at all here.
They nuked the pick. They're just like, you know what? No, we don't want this anymore. We want to go somewhere else, actually.
Well, Halley's been outplaying their opponents all day, and now they're outplaying the commentators. So, kudos to you here.
Never me. They can never outplay me, bro.
All right.
Come on, man.
Now I'm curious here. I'm gonna take this moment to do a little Googling. What is the VCU actual mascot? I'm curious about this now.
I'm sure the AI answer will tell you it's a turtle or something.
Okay, it is Rodney the Ram. Rodney the Ram. And we got from there to the big fat sea cows. No, this is excellent. This Ram looks like he's trying to ruin your day. I would not want to run into this guy in a...
Oh my god, I just Googled him. He's so aggressive looking.
I mean, he's got biceps, incredible biceps, and those forearms are huge. Okay, we are back on Clam Blitz now. We can stop stalling. Because we are going to Mako Mart, Austy. You earlier called for Mako Mart asking it. I think we were talking about Splat Zones at the time, but now you've got the map you want and the mode you want.
How much do you think Rodney benches?
5.
What? 5 what?
100.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say, come on now. You're disrespecting the Ram, bro. You're disrespecting the Ram.
Rodney the Ram. Well, okay. Hopefully the big fat sea cows can bring it home for Rodney the Ram on their side. On the other side, Halley, which I'm not even going to try to understand what some of the rationale behind these names is there. If they win, we'll of course throw a lot of love to their mascot as well. But Rodney the Ram, I had to chuckle at that here. I will say that going to Mako Mart now, desperately trying to bring this conversation back to the actual game.
No, you need to understand. His arms could crush my head like a grape. You need to understand.
Yeah, no, I'm quite familiar with such a concept, but
I'm impressed.
The Mako Mart Clam Blitz.
Maybe we put him right next to Nine. Maybe we put Rodney right next to NineWholeGrains. We could have like a little bit of a competition to see who has the bigger.
I'm getting no help in this segment, everybody. My SOS meter is going off right now, and I'm not talking about the tournament. I'm saying I desperately need help. Okay, Mako Mart.
Mako Mart, our favorite map.
Mako Mart. This is game 5, everybody. We're here chuckling it up, and this is one of the most hype endings that you could ask for any Losers Finals after everything that they've done throughout the fall 2024 circuit to get to this stage. Everybody, get strapped in. We're starting, and I wondered about this. Even on an up-close and in-your-face map, Fox is going to be sticking with the Explo here on Mako Mart. This is such an intriguing pick here. I'm not sure if I like it, but hey, if it wins, it doesn't matter.
I mean, that's the end goal, right? Just be able to get that victory. But the thing is, it's not the end of the tournament. They still got to move on into grand finals. And Brioche already off to a bad start, getting called out by Havoc there. Got some specials ready to rock. 2 down, has to avoid the Inkstorm as Havoc's going to chill that backline with the bucket. Again, point blank from And Awesome. Can't win the 1v1 and give And Awesome an opportune time to be able to get in there. We got a special as retaliation.
Yeah, nice job right there, understanding exactly where that triple splashdown would hit there. A couple more points, and this is where this map really can start to get ugly. Okay, yes, you've opened the door. How many people are going down on your side, though? Apparently, the answer is not enough, because one of them is still Havoc, who is continuing the same run from the end of that last game. Slashing Machine so strong on this map in particular there. They were down to just 2v4 at that point, and Havoc closed out on the members of Halley, who are trying to move forward.
Trying to, but can they actually accomplish it, right? Mini does have that power clam ready to rock, diving through the entire box, just circling around and letting the teammates be able to get the picks while they're just desperately trying to find Mini in the backline. Managed to find their mark, and now Big Fat Sea Cows has himself with a slight lead. Got some soda here ready to rock, be able to help them live a little bit longer here. David finding some high ground picks on top of it. This is a really good opportunity for Halley to try to turn things around.
Yep, that's 2 down there, kind of almost a delayed 3 down. The last 2 are marked here. Surely this is the moment where you try to move forward, but they don't have any power clams with them. Yes, they did pick up the one that was underneath their basket, so they've at least got that resource, but all that time, Austy, that they weren't moving forward and taking that position gave VCU an opportunity to get a defensive spot there. Nice job there. Both sides are going to trade a couple of specials here. Look how far back they've moved right there. They're not trying to throw this opportunity away.
Absolutely not. They're just trying to get in there. Awesome finally finding that first dunk from right beneath it. Can't find the pick. That would have been huge. That's okay. Brioche is able to clean up shop here with the carbon. Unfortunately, there's still one person left. Mini here holding down the defense for as long as they can. They've lost the lead, but at least it's not going to be that much. Wait a minute. That's already some clams coming in. You see the defense jumping right back into the thick of things. And Awesome throwing out some bombs in the process from the special just to buy some time. Vessel coming right back in with 6 more clams. This timer is going to keep on resetting. 23 points remaining off of 1 dunk.
And this is what's so scary here is how does this double backline comp get back in this position there? That was just one extended opening there, and every time one person would drop, they sort of fell into the arms of the faster fight-heavy comp that they were going up against. And unlike on that last map, there's not a ton of space for them to maneuver around and pick a better spot. Havoc there, maybe the best weapon to try to move forward, gets taken out and snuffed already. The pressure is still on the side of the map of VCU. They're working so hard to try to fight their way out. They would love to take out Brioche here. Wyatt finally back onto the opponent's side of the map, takes out a fight, but runs into 2 other players in the process. They desperately need to find their footing, and they need to find it soon.
And that trade was definitely not worth it. They dropped a lot of clams in the process of Brioche. Again, backing up here, trying to circle back, give themselves a little bit of space as Wyatt trying to charge back in, gets called out by a Trizuka shot coming in from Brioche, gets another pick against Fox, has to dive out of there, does not get out in time, but that is 2-for-1 special coming in again. Vessel scoring up from the top line. This could be the end of the set. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to be able to shake things up. No, Big Fat Sea Cows trying to stop them in their tracks, stops all sort of momentum. It is only Brioche left is going to be able to back off, still hanging in there, gives up their time. Again, they didn't get any points tonight, just a couple penalty points in the process, but it bought them some time.
It did. Now, I will say it gave VCU a resource as well. They now have the pity clam sitting underneath their basket. They've got a couple people pushed away. Brioche now back. They know where Vessel is as well. And Awesome, really the only person who have any say on the center of the map. Wyatt manages to score and open there. They have enough clams to take this lead back if they manage to score them all. And that was another one went down. Vessel score another one here. Can they get that last one in? Havoc once again saying, please, please go. They only need 1 more. That's enough. They've actually tossed a few more up here. Austy, they might be able to take this through 3 more more regular clams will do it. Havoc no, Wyatt picks one up, tries to put it in. This is a jump. Can they get the dunk? They do!
Oh, you're on fire!
Yeah, I had to take my headset off. I knew that was coming. I mean, listen, we made the NBA Jam choke at the end. Milkshakalaka. Whatever you can do here. You thought this was Splatoon. You were instead getting treated to some basketball. What a show for our losers finals. Hey, Austy, have you recovered yet, or are you still on the floor?
I'm here.
All right. I say big fat, you say sea cows. Okay, ready? Big fat.
See cows.
Big fat.
See cows.
Okay, latency is kind of ruining this. I thought it'd be faster here.
Try it again. One more time.
Big fat.
See cows.
Big fat.
See cows.
Big fat.
See cows.
Virginia Commonwealth University, everybody. A reverse sweep in our losers finals after two pretty ugly early games. And even there at the end, I was so worried that they weren't going to find a way through. They were patient. They stuck to the game plan. And we do have to give a tip of the cap to Arc Halley. I know really the back half of that set would kind of make you forget how the first half of the set where we thought that Arc Halley was just playing on another level. Man, it is tough when you get reverse swept in a fashion like that, especially when you are coming from the winner's side in winners finals. But again, third place, not too bad. The bronze medal still goes on the stand, but now the big fat sea cows are going to be going up against Death Roll, and they just wanted to give us the funniest names to say here in our grand finals.
I am loving it, honestly. That set, Nine, I'm going to be real with you. I was ready to just clock in, clock out, because okay, that was a very gigantic sweep game number one. Is that how the rest of the set's going to be? Okay, they won game number two. Well, let's just get ready for grand finals. Wait. And then they brought it back and got the victory. Cannot believe this. But again, like you said, there's still one more set, potentially two, if they manage to take it, right? They got to take two sets off of Death Roll, sitting over in grand finals of Division 1 of the CCA Grand Finals. This is what we've been working for all weekend, Nine.
Yeah, well, a lot more than this weekend. I kind of want to take this moment here as we're kind of re-racking to, chat a little bit about this entirety of the CCA circuit for fall 2024. Based on the numbers that I saw of the number of teams, and I'm ballparking some of this here, 148 total teams that were participating or that at least registered a score. Again, there's probably a couple numbers I'm wrong here, but play ball with me. You multiply that by 4, the minimum amount required to field a Splatoon roster up on the stage. That's 592 players that were competing in this. Austy, you and I come from a world where getting 592 people to participate in one tournament or a series of tournament is just incredible, stunning. That is a lot of players. That is a lot of people spending their collegiate time, the golden years, playing Splatoon here for this fall semester. But it's so incredible here. Earlier on Twitter, I kind of said, I've been so impressed with everything that CCA has been able to do here. Wrangling that many people over the course of this. They've got content. They've got statistics here. I say all this because we might only have one more set left, so any accolades that I can give, I should probably give now. But this has just been a marvelous production. I'm glad that the players agree because they're putting on their best stuff today.
Bro, this, like you said, it's been a whole season of just players and TOs and everything coming together to be able to bring home this tournament. And I'm quite honored that they asked us to be able to jump on the mic for them to be able to send them off for Division 1 in a dominant fashion. Because right now, this has been an absolute blast to be able to just witness and cast and everything from that losers finals. And I'm sure we're going to be in for another one with grand finals. None of this could have happened without all the people that are, putting in the sweat and tears throughout the entire year to be able to bring this tournament to its fruition. Now, finally, the grand finals, the grand poobah, the grand, I need a word, maybe not finale. That's too finite, I need something more, something grand. I got it.
Well, hey, we've got a raffle. Oh, yeah, you got it? What is it?
No. Tell me your idea. I'm very curious.
Yeah, you can workshop whatever it is you were going to say right there. Because we do have a raffle. We've also got some other announcements here. I'm going to go ahead and do that shill thing that we sometimes do here because there is a followers giveaway. This season, the CCA hit 2,000 followers here on Twitch. To celebrate, the CCA is giving away a sticker pack to one lucky follower. One lucky follower. Anyone can enter by following and typing 2,000 in the Twitch chat. You actually do have to be following to make a comment anyway. Found that out earlier when I was trying to troll. They kept me out there, so successfully done there. This is your last chance to join, as we will pick a winner in the next 2 minutes. Now, I will say that was said 30 minutes ago, so I hope I'm not missing this late here. But the point is, raffle, folks, type 2,000 into the chat here. Get you some wins. All you had to do is watch, follow, type 2,000 to enter this. And there is also a merch shop. So, you asked for it. The CCA brought it back. The CCA merch shop is once again open for business. Both new and familiar sticker designs, as well as a new CCA Circuit t-shirt. The shop is open until January 15th. Over a month, folks. So order today. I mean, that's some clean stuff. Look at that.
I like the verticality of the little logo there on the left shirt. I'm a big fan of verticality on my designs for my clothing. I also like the squid stamps there with the little letter behind them. There's also a little cute little crab right there next to the CCA and a little mic icon. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it's the idea of two little small fry piloting a crab tank is like actually kind of terrifying. Anybody who's played enough Salmon Run knows that like those little cretins are the reason that you end up losing runs. They just threw there. They've been illustrated.
How can you be mad at them?
They've been illustrated in such a cute fashion that I want to be mad. I can't. The big softy inside of me is just
no, Nine. It's all propaganda.
Well, given what we end up doing to those salmonids in the course of Splatoon 3, maybe we're the bad guy.
Give them hugs. Feed them.
Well,
tell them they're good little boys and girls.
Well, instead, how about I give them an ad read, because we've got one more. With the CCA Circuit action heating up, we are very excited to announce that Asus ROG is the sponsor of the CCA Circuit. Their eSprouts initiative, and I didn't say that wrong, eSprouts initiative is giving the CCA Circuit prizing support to our top teams for the season, and we are happy to have them join on as our prizing sponsor. You can find out more about their Elite Rewards program by typing !ASUS, that's ASUS, in Twitch chat. Thank you to Asus ROG for their support of the collegiate Splatoon scene. Yeah, no kidding. To get a sponsor like this, there's some wheelers and dealers in this group, okay? We talk about production, but there's the business side. There's probably at least one business major, okay, on the staff for this group. I mean, it's a big staff team, so I would have to imagine there, but securing such a wonderful sponsor for this wonderful event, it's only fitting.
Absolute champions. Thank you so much for helping make this tournament actually happen, be able to give all these players a place to be able to go on there. Always a fan of seeing the sponsors come through, be able to show off some Splatoon action. This tiny little niche game in the gigantic pool of esports, still thriving to this day with so many players, like you said. And Nine, you told me you never took a math class, bro. I saw you spitting numbers. I saw you dealing them out.
I took one in high school, if that counts. Do statistics count as math? Because I did take a few of
those. Yes. Are you kidding? Is that real? Is that a real question?
Man, production is reaming me out in my head.
I am too, bro. What?
Okay. What would taste good with big fat sea cow inside of it? Probably some ramen. So we're going over here to Robo Ramen here. And unbelievable, once again, we have an Explosher out at this point. It's not really unbelievable because Death Roll, Nico Chico absolutely dominated in that previous set. Folks, this is Grand Finals. Get in this. Maybe our last set. Big fat sea cows coming from the loser's side. Death Roll has been waiting in winners.
Oh, yeah, they've been waiting, just trying to get that W at the end. They don't want to give any sort of opportunity for Big Fat Sea Cows to be able to bring this back. VCU facing off against Death Roll. See what's going to be able to happen here today. Death Roll trying to find that mark, but unfortunately, they already got 2 down in the process. The hot seat is still on fire right now from VCU, as Yellow Team going to be able to take away that first point and start putting on the pressure to Death Roll.
Yeah, pressure, the name of the game on this map. If you get pushed too far back, you can already see how congested it can start to feel. And you know that the opponent has both a crab tank and a Trizooka to try to force you in. So if you're going to come down this doorstep, they're going to put a big hitbox up there. That crab is actually already out. They know where Nitro is, on this side there. Actually gets the bubble up in time. Nitro has taken a lot of hits there, but if you let that blaster live too long, it's going to try to move forward and punish you. That is not actually going to be a flip, though. Nico did the exact right thing, moved forward and tried to take it instead. They're not going to get any penalty points applied. Austy, I feel like I've blinked here, and suddenly VCU only 20 ticks from winning.
Is Lightning about to strike twice, except this time in favor of VCU? Look at that, 10 points on the board. They have to do something now. They got their specials ready to rock and be able to stop the loser of control. Can they claim it? I don't know. Yes, are they able to bring it back and put 69 penalty points on there, making them look extremely nice for this competition.
Oh my god, for anyone who doesn't know, our feeds froze right as that slap that was about to hit there. Austy was not simply stalling for time here. That was incredible. I love the world of live production here. Nico has already somehow gotten another triple splash down there. Absolutely baffling what this weapon can do at times. But this is the important part here. You know that you've pushed up just a little bit. There's only so many avenues to come out on Robo Ramen here. So you should have a real look at slowing the opponent down. The problem is if you're dropping just a little bit too haphazardly onto a tactical opponent, even if you trade with them there, they're going to end up winning in that exchange. Why? Putting pressure on this left side, it gives enough room for everybody else to move forward there. A penalty now applied to Death Roll. Once again, they've been forced back. Nico now trying to move forward. Of course, if you have the splashdown, why not try to do it? But all that time, they didn't really get a whole lot accomplished. They have to swim back, and they are swimming right back into the waiting arms of a Trizooka shot.
Wyatt just shooting off the Trizooka, just trying to buy some time, disperse them, getting 2 picks for their trouble. Now 20 penalty points left to go before the points start ticking down towards 0. Unfortunately, it's going to be a splat there in the middle of the zone, not only painting it blue, but also putting them down. One member going to be able to take back control using specials in their repertoire, and now finally putting some more points here for Death Roll is going to try to get something started.
Yep, and oh my gosh, that crab got absolutely annihilated there by 2 or 3 things going at it. I'm actually a little surprised that all the members of Death Roll were able to survive that exchange here. We've sort of changed left and right at this point. Going up there maybe a little bit too overzealous. I think VCU is going to get the better at the end of all this. Now, I will say, Nico is back up, so it's going to be hard for them to take this zone. You can see very much contested back and forth on the other side. If VCU is able to move forward after they take the zone, there's a real opportunity they can force the opponent back, but it appears for the time being, they're just trying to find their footing and not let this one get away.
And that's what they're trying to do, right? Getting away from all of that mayhem in the center. B3 now finding opportunity to be able to try to paint in towards the center. Nitro trying to fight with the paint in the process. Have a crab ready to go here from Fox. That's going to be 2 picks. 3 people down. Going to be able to sparse out those picks on top of it. These splats are starting to come in clutch. There's only 1:20 left on the clock now.
Minute 20 left. They got away from those bombs here. That's really been the only thing that Death Roll has been able to do. The last time they came through, it was because one member fell onto a bomb, and they used that to kind of move forward there. They actually will take the zone here, but yeah, those 2 forefront members, Austy, got way too separated from everybody else on the side, and yeah, that's going to be a wipeout. A minute left. This isn't a whole lot of penalty for them to chew through. Mini is already in position. Fox is now back. If Fox is able to get a crab in this position, as they're almost to it, no, get taken down with 98% of their special meter full. That could have been the checkmate move. Instead, there's an opportunity, but it's still going to have to be a hard one. Nitro swims forward, gets the bubble down, takes one out. A great moment of desperation to move forward here. Plenty of time left for them to take this one back as long as they don't make any major errors.
And at this point, Nitro is chilling, right? We're playing it, slowing down the pace here, recognizing they have the lead. They can't afford to get another wipeout on their team, or else that's going to be the game. They have to stay alive. They have to play passive. They have to be able to find their way. Even right there, Nitro saw a little bit of danger, just jump back. Even if they lose control of the process, not going to be able to lose the entire time. That's going to be another pick coming up from Fox. Havoc, all the specials are coming out now from Big Fat Sea Cows. Going to be taken back and forth, tug and roll yet again on the center of the stage. 5 seconds on the clock. Death Roll needs to paint, and they got to paint now, but they only don't. I don't know if they have enough.
No, they have enough to at least take it here, but do they have stability? Andrew moving forward there desperately needs to find somebody. They do not. Fox gets taken down again in the middle of Crab. Nitro putting that out at just the right time. Death Roll does have a better comp for painting if they can hold this down. Now they're moving forward. Nitro once again gets taken out. Can Fox actually get something out of this Crab for the first time? The answer is yes, 2.5, and that will do it. The Big Fat Sea Cows continue their reign of pain here. That was 3 times in a row that Fox came out and tried tried to use that crab tank to end the game, and finally the patience was rewarded. And hey, that's one of the reasons why Tactical is so strong. You get to take that opportunity 2 or 3 times. And oh man, watch out everybody. Rodney the Ram and the rest of the big fat sea cows are coming for all your stuff. Death Roll from the University of Florida desperately needs to find some answers here.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
You would know.
Oh my
you
God.
would know.
It's okay. It's okay. He's gone now. He's gone now. But that's okay because he had to go support the team right now with that first game lead. Again, they have to win 2 more games, be able to reset the bracket into a true grand finals, right? Death Roll's yet to take a single L in this bracket. So they got to be able to take 2 more victories, be able to reset it to the finale. Let's see if they can try to hold on to it. Because right now, this could be anyone's game because that was a very close game, number 1. There was a lot of back and forth action happening there at the end.
It was. And, that's such a tricky map, I think, as well to play splat zones on if you're not particularly coordinated because it's such a long zone. There were 2 or 3 times where you saw Death Roll get the zone back and their 2 members start to push forward there on the front line. Well, it's such a long zone that if you swim across and the opponent is turfing it, you've now kind of accidentally, separated your team. And they got taken out in those instances there. The members of VCU, the Big Fat Sea Cows, just a little bit too sharp on their tech skill at this point there. So one thing I will say, though, still plenty of time for Death Roll to kind of adapt to the pace. They have been waiting for literally an hour and a half here for this opponent. So plenty of time for them to find their footing, get things done here. They're going to take it over to Mako Mart once again. Splat zones this time. This is kind of where we thought maybe we would see a little bit more. We're seeing it now. We can't go that far without seeing it. But, oh my God.
Is he gone?
No, and I don't think he's going anywhere. Okay, he's gone for the time being. He's gone for the time being.
Oh.
Okay.
That was... Oh.
He might be on the other side of the door there. I can't believe that just happened here. No. Leave it close. Don't tempt fate. Okay, we're going back to splat zones. This time we're going to Mako Mart, and I think you go here if you feel like the longer splat zones map was working against you. If you want to get up and fight with your opponents, this is certainly where you would try to take them as well. Taking a look here at the comp change, Fox is going to once again stay with the Explo. So we're going to have an Explo on each side. Can't believe I'm saying that right now, but it's a triple bucket composition that is coming out from Death Roll. Now they use this on the winner's side of the bracket, so this is clearly something that's within their prep. And hey, Slosher's very, very good whenever there's ledges.
Right, just being able to shoot from those ledges gives you so much leverage to be able to get those picks. And now we're starting off again at splat zones one more time, the try and true mode that a lot of these players like to see. Going immediately down with the slam down, be able to get some more paint there for Death Roll. Already in the driver's seat, he has the ink leverage right now, pushing forward towards the enemy's spawns while trying to keep it cool here on the center of the screen.
I'm trying to figure out where all the members of VCU just went. I think they were all there kind of scrambling around there. Then they backed up a little bit, and I was like, is anyone at the zone right now? Where's the fight taking place? I guess the answer was all the way back on the other side of the map here. You see Wyatt slowly trying to get a special there, and Minnie doing a nice job of closing things out. Havoc went down really, really early into that fight. Should be able to respawn in time. They're going to crash in and at least apply a penalty here, but they've not found any stability thus far, Austy.
Yeah, it's been hard for them to try to get a meaningful pick and then try to convert it into a wipeout, right? Because anytime they do get that pick, manage to just play it more patient, allows Death Roll to be able to just back off, find the next pick on top. They're going to hide behind this block, just jump out of dodge. Havoc, meanwhile, going for a lot of circling around, trying to mix up what we're going to be able to go from. Goes back to the safety of the back line, recognizing they have all of the players there in their sides. Can dash in there, but he has to push back yet again because of a special coming their way. Tries to get out, but there's too much blue. Nico finally finds the pick, tries to back off, but the exact same thing's happening. Then they're going to jump up on top of it. Cannot win the 1v1. Gonna put them into the fire time now as Fake Fat Sea Cows again looking very dominant for this next portion, right? They took the zone. It's looking very orange right now.
Yeah, very orange here, and they've got Fox in a great position there, but as they focused all that time onto the left side of the map, the real threat was coming from the right. This comp that they're in against right now has an awful lot of bomb pressure there, ways for them to fight out, and I should also note here that because they're running this triple slosher composition, they have a lot of times that they can kind of dive in and take these odd fights off balance here. You have a ton of room for error. What's not room for error here is standing out in the middle of the map when Minnie is firing great shots there to take the 4 Battlefront member down, and they're going to follow in right off of that. Fox going ahead and collecting that player who was really weak. Actually hit Nitro as well. Yeah, Nitro's got to get all the way back there. There's a lot of damage. Wyatt, a little overzealous here. That's so unfortunate. We swing over to you in the front, and you just fall onto a bomb. Or I guess the bomb fall onto you.
That splat bomb looked like an Acme tool for a second there. It just like kind of fell on top. They're going right back into the center of the screen again, going back and forth. Death Roll now taking it back in their clutches. Allows them to put on quite the show there. Lose the 1v1 yet again. Wyatt going to go down in the front. The problem is we have the soda, so we're going to be able to spawn right back into the thick of things. Be able to try to do another push. Nico is way too deep, covered by orange, and the specials were waiting for you right after the splat on top of it.
Yeah, this is yeah, that's free!
No!
One triple splash.
There's no way.
Oh my god, you talk about Acme right there. Okay, Fox just got another there. That is a quad for the Explo. All the Explo fans in chat, go ahead and get hyped there. That is 3 in a row. Oh my gosh, you talk about Acme there. Seeing all of that come through, you just hold up the sign that says help as Wily E. Coyote gets crushed there. They still have the lead after all of that there. Comes down there, they finally do take the lead here. They actually haven't lost it yet either. There's a chance they put even more points on. It's still a scuffle over the middle of the zone. The triple splashdown from Death Roll will take this back. They have to be so frustrated. They've had the lead for so long. Wyatt has a chance to take 2 out and does immediately. No missed shots. Goes ahead and takes the zone as well. Now you know that Andrew is running away right now, and yeah, go ahead. Don't dive yet. Simply get back on this spot. You know where the opponent is pushing from.
Yeah, Wyatt didn't celebrate it either, right? The second those 2 picks are down, immediately looking for a third person to be able to just try to push them away, not get too overzealous, not push towards the enemy zone, and try to like put yourself out of position, playing it safe and keeping it cool, and forcing them to back off. And now here come all the specials again, yet again, coming from Death Roll. Unfortunately, it's going to be one more person down in the process. Big Fat Sea Cows looking like a 3v3 opportunity. Andrew barely gets away, trying to circle back. Wyatt on the manhunt right now, trying to find their mark, can't find it. Andrew circling all the way to the top. Going for the bucket, gets splat in the process, puts things right back down in the center screen. Big Fat Sea Cows doesn't get any penalty points for their troubles, and still in control of this final map. 30 seconds on the clock, but it might not even reach it because there's only 8 points remaining here for Big Fat Sea Cows. 3, 2, 1, and that's game number 2 going to VCU.
Just stunning the way that last fight ended up going, because I was kind of shrugging my shoulders like, oh yeah, the God. The Tri-Slosher was in a great position to take out 2 or 3 different members of the opposing team, and I think maybe they ran out of ink in the middle of that fight. There were 2 that were directly below them that had already taken a couple of hits. They win that fight, they take that zone, and they're in a great position. Instead, it all goes horribly for them here. Let's take a look at the little replay. I think it was maybe a little bit after this, but yeah, no, Andrew right here. Did they still have ink there? Yeah, maybe I've won. No, then they ran out.
They ran out
at the very end, all with 2 members who were weakened at that point. Listen, it was still dire straits for that squad at that point here. I'm not saying that was a game-winning or losing play, but it is incredible to me how sharp the Big Fat Sea Cows have been in these engagements here. Now, they've certainly earned the opportunity to go up and play aggressive. Minnie has been doing such a fantastic job pumping out these tacticoolers, but I continue to be impressed with how this Explosher and pencil composition is working for them here. Again, that is, you can put as much swim speed and as many stacks of tacticoolers you want on. It is not a fast comp. But if you're able to keep putting little bits of damage and everybody else is able to run through, I guess this is what it looks like here. Havoc is getting both directs and indirects with that sloshing machine. Then you've got Fox going up and making some hits. And then all the while, Wyatt very diligently picking these moments to be the third wave of the attack. It's all working. It's replicable. And they are 1 game away from resetting this already. I mean, Austin, we said earlier Death Roll is going to have a little while to figure this out. That clock is ticking at an alarming rate of speed.
Yeah, literally only 1 more game left in the set. Even if they lose this, they still got another set to play with. But like having that extra set in the back mind, like, okay, listen, even if we lose 1 more game, it just resets. We're back to neutral. That's totally fine. We can do that. I think it can be kind of like a boon, right? Just having that, like, it's like a phew. At least we have this in our back pocket to at least help with the mental. Because right now, going down 0-2 when you're the one sitting in grand finals cannot be a good feeling.
No, it can't. And Austy, I'm going to say that right now there's another member of the Death Roll roster that they need to bring out. And that is the legendary Albert Gator. That's the name of the Florida Gators mascot. Albert Gator versus Rodney the Ram here. Listen, when we invoked the name of Rodney the Ram earlier, that was actually kind of when the big turnaround happened for VCU. So
now you're trying to curse him.
I'm just saying I want to see lots of Splatoon, okay? I always want a Game 10 whenever this sort of comes up here. I guess we can talk a little bit more about the mascot wars later because we really need to talk about Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker. This has seen more play recently than I think maybe even in Splatoon 2. There was a time in Splatoon 2 where we all kind of played this, and then, we realized Stingray is certainly difficult to deal with here, and we stopped playing it. But I think this is, especially in this version of the game, a map where you have a lot of different, I won't say avenues to attack, but typically you have a lot of chances, okay? With the different specials that we have, the Triple Ink Strike, the Trizooka, and certainly both of these teams bringing an Explosher into the battle, you have ways to attack the opposing defense from relative safety, which means if you can win a couple scrums in the center of the map, you should have an opportunity to make it happen. And it's going to be all the same except for one notable change here. Mini is switching off of the pencil. That part doesn't really surprise me, but it means that they're not going to have a Tacticooler at all in this fight here. I think the Tacticooler has been giving them a lot over the course of these last few games. We'll see if it ends up working right now.
Hey, there's a time to experiment. It's now, right before the reset. But then again, maybe not because it is in Grands. But we'll have to wait and see how it's going to be able to shake up. Because right now, Death Roll already going for a trade. Big Fat Sea Cow's going for a special, be able to try to catch you with the Trizooka. All three players up. They're not going to be able to go for the pick just yet. They don't want to pick that up, the Rainmaker up, until they get enough leverage against their opponents, right? At least getting 1 or 2 picks, put themselves on a pretty good map. Because the thing is with this map is it's pretty small compared to some other Rainmaker maps. So once you pick that up, you got to go towards the checkpoint.
Yeah, one other thing that I kind of skipped over here with Mini playing this weapon. Mini not playing the Mini Splatling, of course, is going to ruin me here for a couple times, but I made mention earlier of a couple different specials that can pressure your opponent out of these positions. The Inkjet certainly is amongst them, and I'm not sure how you're still alive right now, but it's certainly a special that can allow you to pressure the opponent when they're not expecting it here, and you can use it on the defensive side as well. You see Mini just trying to make sure nobody can get through that doorstep for free. Wyatt actually almost dives out maybe a little bit too far. All the bombs and all the chip damage, though, should be able to escort Nico there. Goes over, gets the dunk here. That's a nice way to start. It does go down to Havoc, and I don't believe they took any members out. That should be the end of this push, but anytime you can get that first checkpoint out of the way, you have to be happy.
Yeah, you always got to take it, too, even if you're, like, sacrificing yourself for it, right? Because not only bring the checkpoint, that means you're going to keep that lead until the enemy points not only break your checkpoint, but then pick it up a second time. So that's a very good lead to be able to have to try to play. Okay, there is 3 minutes left, so there's plenty of time that things that could happen. Speaking of things that could happen, Booyah Bomb coming your way from Havoc, trying to go back in there, and they break the checkpoint in the process. Just like I said, they still have the lead, but not for long. They picked it up a second time. Now everything that just happened is completely moot.
It's that mood, and there's a whole lot more here. They're not looking at just getting the lead here. There's one player standing ahead of them, and yeah, you're not going to get through that many. It's a wipeout. Go, and 1 point left. The very end of the dunk not being completed here. It is all VCU right now, Austy. Every single time that they've put a little bit of damage on one player, they have found a way to close them out here. This is what this comp is made to do. It is beautiful the way that they're finding players, finding splats in relatively safe positions, doing damage without taking any.
The only way that Florida can stay alive in this set is a knockout. They have to knock out the opponents, and that is no easy feat, right? They got to get a wipeout. They got to be outplay the ever-loving mess out of their opponents, and right now they're not off to a good start. That's going to be 1 pick down, but hold on a second. That's going to be a gigantic pick coming up from the Trizooka. That could be the advantage that they need for putting on the pressure here, but all of a sudden, Booyah Bomb trying to negate that. Special for special, blood for blood. That's going to be another opportunity for Big Fat Sea Cows to be able to back off from this pressure coming from Death Rolls.
Yep, and now this is where things get tough. Just bomb after bomb after bomb being thrown there. You've got to be patient. You cannot lose anybody early in this. I mean, they're going to continue to throw it at here. They have oh my god. They've got 3 lethal bombs, rather, and a splash wall there to try to force people out of the way here. Fizzy bombs, that's what I was getting tripped up on. So difficult to push through that. You're going to take a lot of damage as time goes on, and then you have specials on the other side of that. And I will say, on the side of Death Roll here, they don't have a ton of specials, I think, that can really open them up in a big way. I mean, yes, they do have the Trizooka there, but that sort of has to already be set up here. You see Wyatt kind of throwing some shots up on that side to make it work. You can see how difficult it can be to find somebody if you aren't already in position. I say all that to say that a lot is going to need to go right for Death Roll here. Taking a dive there to try to close that out, certainly not the way you'd want to start it here. Just a minute left, Austin. They're starting to run out of time.
Yeah, and right now Big Mini's being backed into a corner, but it does not matter because we are just going for stall tactics at this point because it's working out, right? Wait for your teammates to be able to clean up shop. Tons of orange paint for you to be able to push back, but hey, you don't have to, there's no reason to try to knock them out, right? You have such a gigantic lead. As long as you just hold on to that Rainmaker, that's all you need to do. And speaking of, you're going to lose it right there in the process. Death Roll having one more opportunity to get this going. Actually using a special to be able to break that open and just reclaim that Rainmaker.
Yeah, and I get it too. You can already see that Nico is already really, really close to having another special. So, pop it, go ahead and grab it there. Give yourself more opportunities. At least now you might have the opportunity to lose it once and then grab it again here. Is there any escort for this Rainmaker? So far, it's just the Trizooka that's trying to get them over here. Now, finally, B3 is going to join in, but where is the pressure going to come from? Take a look at the top of the screen. They have the triple ink strike here as a resource. They're probably going to try to throw it ahead, but as Austy noted earlier, they have to knock it out. An escort will not be enough. They have to take out some of the members. We are in overtime, and watch the bombs, folks, because they're going to keep getting chucked.
Yeah, they're down a player on top. That has to be able to jump back into the thick of things. There's still 4v4 right now. Overtime timer is ticking. They have to make the push. They have to make it now. That's 3 down. Hold on a second. There's only one person left. Why? Staying chilling there in the back line, waiting for them to come in before trying to get another pick. Get down, Mr. President. We're going in there. We're going to get a point. No, he gets knocked out before you even get to the end. There's no way. That was the clearest way to victory. Death Roll almost had it, but they respawn just in the nick of time for Big Fat Sea Cows to take home the set of grand finals and reset the bracket with one more set. 0-0, a 3-0 victory for VCU.
Oh, I mean, you are tempting fate with the way that they just dove down to try to take out the Rainmaker carrier there. And, hey, listen, I get it. Look at this. They have all 4 specials, Austy. At this point in the game, they have all 4 specials. You're thinking there's no way that this can even be a conversation. Instead, they move forward, try to make something happen. Havoc maybe dives a little bit earlier there, and everything starts to fall through there. I thought that Wyatt was going to let the Trizooka rip at this point there to try to slow the opponent down, but they get taken out here, and I think it was just Nico maybe who closed this out? No, it was Fox, my bad, sorry, wrong side, wrong Explosher here. Not used to seeing 2 of them, but yeah, I think Fox was the only weapon they had that could actually close out that Rainmaker there. So when you say it was one shot for the win, that's what it was at the end, and old Albert the Gator almost figured something out to bring him. Oh, God!
Why is he here too? Why is he here too? What's up? Dab me up, brother. All right, bet. That's my goat. That's my goat right there. They need it, bro. They need the pressure.
All right. Judd trying to fight. Okay, Rodney backed way up. Rodney does not want any of this, the official mascot of Splatoon. That's right. Stay back. Stay back. You've got more important things to end up doing at this point, like winning one more set. Since we have the reset now, I do want to chat just a little bit about the path that these 2 teams took to get here with regards to the regular season. Of course, you all can look at the bracket to kind of see what they did today. But earlier, Austy, you asked me, what do you do if you're VCU? This was when they were 0-2 down in losers finals, which seems like forever ago and seems like an entirely different team at this point. They win their first game, and my remark was they think, okay, yeah, about time, like finally here. I want to point out that, again, to get here, this team got second place in one of the qualifiers, first place in one of the qualifiers, and if I'm not mistaken, they got second place in another one of the qualifiers here. So pretty good, you could say, to make it here. First, second. Meanwhile, Death Roll, a couple top 6 teams, 4th place, a couple top 8s here. So they made it with maybe a few more results, maybe not quite as high quality here. I brought that up because, again, we know that the Big Fat Sea Cows, when they're playing well, there aren't a whole lot of teams that can beat them. Apparently, only one team in one of those tournaments could end up beating them. So when they are sharp, this is what they are capable of. They are practiced. They are confident now. For Death Roll, you just have to hope that in that first set, losing it in the fashion that you did, you have a total reset mentally here. You got to warm up a little bit. That game 3 certainly was, I guess, statistically the closest game, even though it didn't feel like it for quite some time. But you're playing with house money at this point. There is still time for you to make it happen. But, I mean, man, VCU is sharp right now.
Yeah, and it's hard because literally they're betting it all on black to be able to try to get that victory to hold on the tournament. That is 6 games in a row, Nine, that VCU has taken. 3 in losers finals all in a row, then followed by a 3 here in grand finals. Could there be another 3 games in a row? We're about to see 9 victories in a row. That is a possibility. I mean, I don't want to see that. I want to see a game 5 here in true finals, but it is certainly something that is definitely on the table.
It is, and Mako Mart splat zones once again. I mean, I guess you can feel good here knowing that this was one of the counter picks for Death Roll. I mean, if you were going to counter pick here anyway, it's kind of nice that you got sent there at the start. I will say, though, being one of the true neutrals, if you will, of Splatoon, I guess that both of these teams should be pretty confident, pretty well practiced on it. I will say this was a game that I think they had a real chance in. It started to get away from them when these fights started to get too crazy, but you know exactly what your opponent is bringing to the table. You should have an idea of where they're going to roll out, at least at the start, where they're going to try to break back in from, and that you do have your triple slosher composition on this map. Again, if that's where you feel you're strongest with that comp, it's nice that the game has given you the opportunity to use it here in game 1 and start to reverse your fortunes.
Yeah, being able to have that thing on your side helps out a lot for this next true finals. Again, guys, we have gone through so much this entire season, all the way up to here, the final set of grand finals. It's now a clean slate, like you said previously. 0-0 on the scoreboard. This determines who the grand champion of Division 1 for CCA will be. Is it going to be VCU, or is the Gator taking it home?
Take a deep breath, everybody. Here we go. Triple slosher on one side. Much the same. These teams are bringing everything back here. It appears that the only thing is that Havoc has changed names to Big Toto. So, okay, just trying to throw us a curveball. I hope Havoc didn't have to leave exactly now for some reason, so I'm just going to assume it's the same. If nothing else, it is the same comp. Going to be trading some shots here. Interesting to note the position changes, though. Nico is going to be the forefront member here for Death Roll. Very odd. I mean, I know that you want to come down with your triple splashdown, but can be so difficult to do with. Going after the pen on the other side of Mini here has done just about everything except close it out, saying, hey, please protect me here. I have an important job. Instead, no, will be taken out here. Now, all of that time that you spent trading paint means the opponent are going to have specials here. Thankfully, Nitro is able to close this out and keep the worst from happening here. Even going to be able to stall things out with a special, and it is an absolute scrap fest here at the start.
Yeah, they're seeing the desperateness coming out from Death Roll, trying to paint it up. The second they reclaim control, immediately gets taken out by like every special in the kitchen sink coming out from Big Fat Sea Cow's Fix here with the bucket, trying to get some clean shots from long range. Meanwhile, Wyatt trying to circle back, get it back into safety nets, get away from the aggressiveness coming out from Death Roll. They're just going to try to hold this point for as long as possible as the points keep on ticking down in favor of VCU.
Yeah, and this is where things get so frustrating here. You can see that Mini's positioned over on the right side with the pen. Actually took Nico out at the start of that too. And what do you have to deal with that pen? The answer is apparently not a whole lot here. And even if you go try to focus that side, you've got to run into another one here. You try to separate out. There's no answers there either. You're losing in the comp warfare. You're losing in the fights. It has to be so frustrating for them at this point. They've got to be at least a little demoralized. B3 is going to chuck out some Hail Mary shots to try to make one happen. Does assist with Fox here, and yeah, just 9 ticks left. You have to dive forward there. Enough turf to maybe make this interesting there. Swims forward into 3 different hurt boxes. Andrew gets taken out. It's just Nitro. Wipe out here, and that, I can't believe it, is 7 games in a row for the Big Fat Sea Cows. Austy, I'm trying to pass it back and forth here, but they are just not letting these games go on long enough for us to establish any sort of narrative.
Absolutely not. They're just carrying this momentum again and again. I feel like every single game, they're getting more and more dominant wins on top of that. Not even just this set, the last set, the losers finals, like every game, they've been getting stronger. It's like they get close to like their death point. We're like, oh man, we're about to lose, but they get stronger because of it. They'd be able to get stronger and be able to get the wins because of it. And now Big Fat Sea Cows finally in the leader's seat, the winner's seat overall. 2 games away from taking home the entire tournament. Can they pull this off? Or is Death Roll finally going to put their first point on the board? Because right now they desperately need it.
They need an answer or they need a close game. And when I say close, I'm not talking about like how the end of that Rainmaker game was close, where you have a desperate play at the end and you almost steal the win. Once they've gotten put on the back foot in some of these fights and have to come out of their own spawn, they have just not found any sort of consistent answer. And that is what I want to see from them at this stage. And it's easy for us to say, especially when your opponent is playing that sharp. I don't know if you just go back to maybe a double Trizuka composition or something with a ton of range to try to force your opponent out. It seems like they're taking so much chip damage from this double backline comp that they haven't really found any sort of stability in these fights. They're always taking the fights with maybe half of their HP already gone, but they are opting to send it back to Rainmaker. So I guess if you feel like you're getting forced out in the slower modes, why not go to the fastest mode? I will say that this is a very interesting map in particular to play it on. They did win this in an earlier set, so again, have to feel strong here. But this is another map, even though it's on Rainmaker, where if you get forced all the way back and your opponent outranges you, they can start hitting you from lower positions. Things can get dicey in a hurry.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Like every game feels dicey for like everyone in this. All these games that we've watched, I feel like no game has been like, wow, that was a calm, collected, yawn fest, boring match. Everything has been lightning fast, exciting since we jumped on the mic, and it's been incredible to be able to just watch and witness this happen. Because, good gosh, like this is we're coming down to the end. It's getting closer. We're 4 games away, if even.
Yeah, now hang with us, folks, here, because there might be yet another gear for these teams to hit here, especially if Death Roll is able to start finding some of their momentum. That triple slasher comp that they're running can be very oppressive and difficult to deal with, but it almost certainly needs the lead to be able to do so it can take some of those positions that you have to push into that comp. It can be difficult, I think, to attack with it. It's not the most mobile comp. You're sort of playing 3 AoE-esque weapons, and you're really relying on your shooter to kind of clean things up for you. So they haven't really, I think, even had the opportunity to showcase what this comp and what their players are capable of. You hope that Rainmaker gives you the opportunity to do so. Again, you should be at least theoretically strong on this map. Sloshers tend to be very, very good here. But at this point, we just need to see it. We need to see some execution come out of this team, and they don't have long to do it.
Not at all, dude. Time is ticking as we're coming on to yet another Rainmaker match. Again, this is going to be all about trying to pop open that bubble, take the Rainmaker, take it all the way to that first checkpoint. Last time we saw a very nail-biter of a game, but unfortunately, this is a different map. No longer on Black Belly. We're going to one of my favorites, dude. This is the nice and gritty, right? This is like where there's so many vantage points here, especially in the middle. It's so fun to be able to find those marks and try to get that push, because there's fire coming from all cylinders on this map.
There is. This is exactly where you would put a basketball court if you were playing NBA Jam Street. So everything kind of fitting together with the way that we're fighting this out here. I do want to point out that they have brought a blob lobber to the fight at this point. Can get incredible pops of the Rainmaker, and I guess just pop off on the Rainmaker carrier too. Why not? Nico going to be playing this weapon, kind of controlling the flow of that particular objective. Now, I will say this is once again going to be a weapon that's going to have a really difficult time getting anything done against that pencil on the other side here. You're going to sort of be relying on other people to move people around. They're narrowly dodging that weapon as well here. Wyatt has a chance to knock this out. They have a convoy running forward here. It's just Andrew trying to hold on to this. Will get one player out, is still up. Excuse me. Now trying to go and close out another one, is able to take out Havoc at that point. It's just Mini at this point. Will not be able to pop the Rainmaker single-handedly, you would think. It's just a pencil at this point, but with everybody respawning in time, it might be enough, and sure enough, they will get the grab.
Yeah, Mini's doing a fantastic job finding these picks here from the back with that pencil. Wyatt picking up the Rainmaker, going to put them into a very nice spot to be able to try to get this first initial push, right? Barely any points, but it doesn't matter what your score is because the target is literally right there. Wyatt doesn't want to give over. Zealous doesn't want to give up an early sacrifice, try to hold on for as long as possible, but they got 2 people down. Only one more Guardian left on the map, and finally going down without a fight as B3 comes back into the thick of things here as Death Roll's going to try to turn this back into the neutral here on the center of the map.
Yep, and oh my gosh, Fox got 2 for 1 in that position. Fox had like 10 HP left and was able to close that out, completely changing the dynamic of this fight. I believe they were tactical it as well, so they'll find at least a little bit of stability, and sure enough, Havoc is going to make you pay for not taking advantage of that. I will say, in that last defense, you could see why Deathroll made this pick, and the real strength of this triple slosher composition can be so difficult to push into. Of course, it appears for the time being that them pushing isn't the issue. It really hasn't been, or defending rather, isn't the issue. They've been able to do that okay throughout this. It's simply finding an avenue to attack right now against a faster comp. It can be very, very difficult to do so. You see 2 here over on the side. They're going to give up at least some pressure around the Rainmaker here. Very patient the way these two teams are playing. Only 92, and we're more than halfway through the game.
Yeah, it's, again, things are barely moving back and forth. Technically, Big Fat Sea Cows has a lead, but it is such a marginal lead that it could easily be taken the second Deathroll picks up that Rainmaker. And again, we're desperately trying to get something going here, but gets called out in the process. Gonna give them wide open to take over this checkpoint. This is exactly the lead they're looking for. Gets a splat on B3. Toto playing out of their mind, pushing the opponents away from the objective. First checkpoint going down, and now they're looking to try to take even more as they pick it up one more time.
Yeah, and this is where things can... I mean, you see how long that pathway is. If you can get it turfed here, you can get points in a hurry. Right now, Fox, who's been the MVP of this game, is waiting. Finally, Andrew will get the better in that scrum. Fox waiting for just the right time, swinging around. We've seen it so often on this map. Andrew, maybe a little overzealous, runs into 3 at this point, and that means they're going to be 2 down. One of them is carrying the Rainmaker here. Now, poor Nico probably just has to try to stall this out and defend it a little bit, but you never want to be stalling on your own side of the map. Andrew, once again, jumping down to try to make something happen into the waiting arms of Wyatt. And again, it seems like Deathroll has sort of lost the plot here. They're moving forward and trying to attack, trying to make these happen here. They've given up so much space. Some of these fights have gone in the most unfortunate ways for them.
Yeah, but this is the start of something very beautiful, right? Nitro getting 2 picks on the board, going to allow them to be able to secure some pressure here. Unfortunately, Fox has a crab ready to rock, and there's just going to be an onslaught of bullets coming your way, barely avoiding that Booyah Bomb by just kind of lazily moving over to the right to get away from that dodge. And now we're seeing an opportunity here for Big Fat Sea Cows to just hold on to this lead. 45 seconds left on the clock. Things have to start happening right here. And right now for Deathroll, they only got 3 people on the stage. That's 2 people now.
Yep, they were tactical up here, so they're going to be back into the fight, but you need a little stability in the center of the map. You have to get through that checkpoint and then some, and you would love to start by moving Mini, but no, you're not going to be able to do anything when that pencil is being unaccosted up at the top of the screen. Took 1 player out and assisted with another. Now 20 ticks left on the clock. You've got specials here. Fox does go down here, so that player is going to be called out on the left side of the map. But with Cooler, with one of these specials here, you know that you're going to at least have 1 defensive resource, barely getting away from that pen. We're going to enter overtime maybe, but there's still so much that has to go right for Deathroll.
They got to get some picks. They got to break open the first checkpoint. They got to pick it up yet again and push it 10 more points. Like, it is a very tall order. Can they do it with 1 person down? I don't know. They have to jump back into the fray. That's going to be 2 people down. Taking 1 from Deathroll. That's going to be it. VCU, Big Fat Sea Cows getting 8 games in a row now. 1 game away from taking the entire thing. Things are looking very good for VCU. Holy moly.
At a certain point, you've just got to sort of give a round of applause to the way that the team is playing here. I mean, you're seeing moments from Deathroll where they're able to take these fights, win them out, but every time it's a different member of the Big Fat Sea Cows who's coming up with a play to keep the game within their control. And when it's in these team fight scrums, I mean, clearly at this point, it doesn't take a genius to tell you which team is winning the majority of these fights here. And even here at the end, just, understanding 1 or 2 members can go down here. Don't fall all the way back here. Don't give up too much space here. We'll take a fight here. We know we're going to have at least 1 special with our Booyah Bomb to use as a defensive resource here. We'll get a crab. We'll use that to slow down the Rainmaker here. You just know what you have. You know what your tools are. You know where you need to defend and what the position is. I mean, look, you can see Toto and Wyatt up there. They're using the crab to slow that down. They get a couple members. Even if one of those 2 players had gone down, Austy, they were not going to get to that checkpoint.
Yeah, it was just not happening. And if they did, there was no way they were going to be able to pick it up right afterwards with how much of the onslaught that was coming out from the enemy team. VCU looking very strong. 1 game away from being able to take it. Can they pull off the 9 games in a row after literally being 1 game away from being knocked out of the tournament at a 3rd place finish? There's just no way. Like, coming all the way from the clutches of despair and defeat, pull up their bootstraps and get their morale ready to go because they have all the results from this entire season for a reason. And now they can finally finally show off this final victory. But Florida's still in this. They could still bring something here. I don't know what it's going to be at this point, Nine. They've lost 5 games in a row. They got to do something's got to change. Something's got to give.
Yeah, well, they've tried different modes. They've tried different maps here. I wonder if maybe tower control makes an appearance here. I have to think there's a reason they haven't picked it at this point. A reason probably being that they just don't either like it or don't like it in the matchup. But Rainmaker hasn't gone your way. Splat Zone certainly hasn't gone your way. So yeah, I think that you've got to change something up drastically. Maybe it's a huge compositional shift. This isn't like a best of 5 set where you can say, oh, maybe it works, it just didn't work that game. You've brought kind of the same identity to a lot of these maps, and it's all ended the same way. I think if there's any time to make a major shift, now, I mean, clearly there's nothing left to hide and wait. But again, at this point, you've seen 5 games. You know what you've had for those 5 games. If you have any maybes, anything that could slightly change the way that these two teams are engaging, why not? Clearly sticking with the same mold isn't working.
Yeah, and I don't. Maybe it's a mentality shift, bro. I think, honestly, at this point, you just got to be able to talk your team, take a deep breath, and be like, okay, listen, we're better than this. We could do more than this. Let's put one more point on the board. Let's try to put a point on there or something. But I think it's so difficult when VCU is looking so strong and so on fire and so like they look like they are just ready to win like a national at this point, like Worlds. Like they are like playing so good and keeping in control the entire maps every single time, being able to put the victory after victory that, you know what? I might start saluting Rodney the Ram. I might do it. I might go to the gym right after this and start doing some bench presses because of Rodney.
At the end of this, I think a real legitimate argument can be made that the Big Fat Sea Cows were not the winner of this tournament, of the previous sets at all. I think that if Rodney the Ram is not holding the trophy at the end of all this, we have done a disservice. The historians will not look kindly on this, and we will be on the wrong side of Splatoon history here. Rodney the Ram single-handedly willing the Big Fat Sea Cows to a championship. And as for our map, the counter pick, Austy, I mean, we said, yeah, you know what? We're not scared of you anymore here. It's just respect. It's that begrudging respect of seeing the dragon sitting on the gold pile. You can't even be angry or scared. It is a being that exists beyond our ethereal nature. Non-Euclidean, cannot be comprehended by us mere mortals, and certainly not the members of the University of Florida. They have taken it back now to Hagglefish Splat Zone. So everything we said, shake things up in a drastic way. It's not going to be a shake up on the map mode side, at least one of the most popular. But from what I'm hearing here from production, there has been a long, slow decision-making process for Death Roll here. They're thinking about as hard as they can here. So if at the very least, if they have something that they can do to make a big shakeup, they've kept the battleground relatively stable, and now is the time here. I am more than happy and ready to salute Albert Gator, okay, who apparently has a lovely wife by the name of Alberta Gator there, so congrats to the happy couple. I would love to salute them as well and raise their hands in victory, and I know the members of Death Roll are trying to bring that exact thing forward here. Folks, this may be it. Potentially one final games. The BCU Big Fat Sea Cows have the opportunity. On the other side, Death Roll has made a change. Andrew going over to the Octobrush. I mean, that's a big shakeup here. No weapon like this has been seen in these sets so far.
Absolutely not. Octobrush being a very unique weapon where it's more melee oriented, right? You got to get up close and personal with this. And on a map like this, there's plenty of avenues to be able to try to sneak from behind and get that little bit of a flank against your opponents. Let them wait and see what Andrew brings towards the table, because right now we're just going for the paint right now. Obviously something that a lot of these weapons can be able to do extremely well. No one's getting overzealous. No one's trying to like overextend at this point until right there we see the opportunity. Andrew trying to get something going with the web, but unfortunately that's going to be 2 down in the process. And it's going to give Big Fat Sea Cows the initial lead.
And I mean, an entire microcosm of this set could be done right there. You see that Death Roll has waited. They have the specials they want. They've picked one player out, and then 3 of them go down immediately here. Whether by bad luck or simply by VCU being one step ahead, they have not figured it out at this point. More and more points coming off the side. They do take control, so they'll apply some penalty here, but Wyatt's still up and attacking. Takes out B3. They have forced the pen player on the other side back. Nico at least takes that player out to make sure they have some sort of stability on their own side of the map, and is able to take out Fox as well. Still plenty of fight in this squad, but time is of the essence.
And Nico's trying to get some picks here. Manages to find one, trying to find a second, but now just going for some painting there on the center. Can they be able to pull it off? It looks like BFX Cow's not going to be able to give it up without a fight. Here comes a Booyah Bomb, going to force you out of position. You have to back up ever so slightly. Gives you plenty of time to be able to move towards the center and be able to get into position, be able to take control and play even more aggressive. A little bit too close. Nico just can't find these marks because Big Fat Sea Cows is just playing too far away.
Well, and they're not only playing far away, they've always got one person firing up where Nico is going to be there. So you really only get one or two shots to make the play happen. At that point, it can start to go away. You know you have to back up there. Nico's doing absolutely everything right from the from the perspective of the pencil player here. There's just a lot that is going wrong elsewhere on the map. You can see here, once again, they've at least tried to get some sort of fight going. Andrew narrowly escaping here and has been doing a pretty good job of diving on these kind of pivot points that the Big Fat Sea Cows are using here, but now called out here, you have to jump away, and it's too little too late. Havoc once again moving through, but it is actually just Havoc there. 3 down there. Havoc got 2 players there, though, Austy. That changes this entirely. Everyone's going to jump forward, but look who's at the front. It's your pen player. The only reason that happens is because everyone else is respawning, and sure enough, B3 gets taken down there. Now, Nico did close out on Mini, I believe, on the pen there, so that's at least one thing that's out of the way, but this is all gone from bad to worse. They had a real opportunity there. Instead, it appears that door is getting closed as well.
That's what happens when you send your pen pal into the front line right as we're continuing with the more and more paints coming out from Big Fat Sea Cows. VCU looking for this next opportunity to keep the pressure on against Death Row with 2 minutes left on the clock. Nitro's got some specials ready. Got 2 specials on this side of Death Row. They're going to let them rip. Here we go. Web sling. Andrew trying to find the next mark. Gets called out next. Point on top of that. Can't get any mileage out of that special as Fox again throwing out some more bucket shots in the process. Time is ticking again and again. 26 points remaining on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows, with Death Roll desperately trying to take back that map, and they managed to do so.
Yeah, I mean, just barely keeping themselves close at this stage. So difficult. They have not won any major team fight cleanly. And you kind of saw Andrew really was only trying to distract the members of Big Fat Sea Cows to allow other members to go through. But I just don't think that the Big Fat Sea Cows are taking the bait at this point. They're like, okay, if you're not going to attack me, then I'm just not going to worry about you. And maybe just get one shot up there to close out on it here. They have to find someone who can move forward and take one of these players out. Wyatt's going to run straight forward. There is tactical alert up, so there's little threat. Andrew finally does go forward and is almost able to take out Mini. Finally does. Should be recalling. Where is the recall spot? It's on the other side of the map here, so they're gonna make everybody look the other way, but all the while, every other member of Death Roll had been taken out. Andrew has to go big here and might have done just that.
That was a huge play coming out from Andrew Wright. Could have went in a little bit earlier. Opted to wait for the opponents to come in first before you get that sneak attack on them with that brush. And now Nitro over here with the bucket trying to shoot off, apply a little bit of pressure as the control's going to go back in favor of Big Fat Sea Cows of the map. 37 seconds left.
37 seconds left. Now, they did take Wyatt out. That's a great start here. They've got their painters in position, but Fox once again closes out Nitro here. This Explosher, unbelievable play there. And look at that. Wyatt jumps in and actually lands safely. If Wyatt gets Andrew here, this could be the game. Andrew recalls safely there, but everybody else was moving up. That's a trade there. All trades going in favor of BCU at this point. Havoc now trying to close out this other member. Get some assistance from Fox. 10 seconds left. Can we even see a neutralization of the zone? There's not a lot of people in that zone. They're going to try to make it interesting. Andrew swims forward. Will it be enough? It is not. And after being down 0-2, the VCU Big Fat Sea Cows win 9 games in a row. Nobody able to stand against the incredible biceps of Rodney the Ram, or Mini, or Toto/Havoc, or Wyatt, or Fox. What a deserved victory. And Austy, I don't get to say this very often. I have never seen what we saw today. I have never seen a team go from being one game from being out of the tournament to winning 9 in a row. It just doesn't happen. They found their groove and never looked back.
Absolutely not. They're going to the gym right afterwards. Rodney the Ram looking very proud of their victory today. You know, you talked about how Albert is married, has a wife, but Rodney's married to the victory. Only wants the dub, only wants the gains, and that's exactly what this team brought in. Whatever happened in that 0-2, they went back to the lockers, had the big talking to with the mascot, and there he is. Look at him. He's got the biceps. He's ready to rock, and you know he is looking very strong for the rest of the team. Congratulations to VCU Big Fat Sea Cows for taking the first place finish of Division 1 of Grand Finals of the CCA Grand finale. Wow, what a tournament, what a series, what a season.
No, I mean, no kidding. And Austy, you and I have gotten to commentate some great sets over the years that we've been doing this. And we've been doing it for a great many years. But it's incredible to me that when you have an ecosystem like this, because make no mistake about it, the CCA is an ecosystem here that has been curated and created and caters to its player base in a truly fantastic way. You sort of get a metagame that is just within those types of competitors here. And we can talk about a broader scene or a weapons place in the world of Splatoon here. But in CCA, you can throw all of that away, do what works for you, and write it out here. Fox might be the only player I have ever seen who is capable of playing a Splash-O-Matic at a high level and also a custom Explasher at the high level. That is not a weapon roster that I have seen from any other player here. Mini switching between different weapons, Havoc being the stabilizing force on that sloshing machine, and Wyatt, who had just a ludicrous Trizuka in the middle of that game. When everything is working, it doesn't matter who you're shooting at, you're going to find someone there. Every single player finding ways to contribute in a big way. And we do want to give a major shout out to the University of Florida, Death Roll, who was in the winner's side of this, absolutely played above their seed, beat many of the tournament favorites just to get to this point here. It's unfortunate that it ends like that, but at the very least, it is incredible motivation for these players to come back and prove that even if they didn't have their best stuff today, they certainly still have plenty left in the tank. But right now, it's all about Rodney. It's all about the big fat sea cows. It's all about Virginia Commonwealth University.
Absolutely. I do want to give some flowers to second place, like you said, right? They literally outplaced their seed by a long shot. They got second place in the entire season, even though they took a pretty brutal loss today for the first place finish. They should be insanely proud of how far they made it throughout this entire thing. With that, you can definitely take that home and place it on your refrigerator. But again, it is VCU that is taking it all and taking the entire thing with the help of Rodney the Ram, my goat, my savior, my inspiration. I'm going to do another set today.
Wow. Okay. Another set in the gym or another set of Splatoon? Because I don't think... Well, okay.
Same time.
It's... Whatever you're doing, it's not going to be right here, folks, because we have reached the end of the fall 2024 CCA circuit here with the CCA Circuit finals here. Division 1 was the last one to finish. You all probably know that because you all got rated here to begin with, but we want to give an incredible shout out to everybody behind the scenes who has made all of this possible here. It's 2024, so we have full-on credits rolls here that'll give the credit better than you and I could, Austy. Do you have any final words before we toss it away?
Stay fresh!